close to $1 billion in dealing with, Accra's floods, on flood control measures in Accra. And what is there to show after spending $990 million? Now that's between 2000 and 2024. I know for many of you have talked about the Garrett project. So far, we know that 40% of funds have been released. And according to the World Bank report, the releases have been slow, creating cash flow challenges. We get into this here on the Super Morning Show. By the Ghana Institution of Engineers. Now they've issued a paper on our floods, telling us what caused it and what should be done today and tomorrow, as well as within the next 6 to 18 months. Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be sharing all of it with you. But we've been talking about the parametric flood insurance that the government of Ghana was expected to get into. We asked for information, and we have that information. So this morning we're going to be sharing it with you here on the Super Morning Show. My name is Winston Amoah, and on behalf of the team, we say thank you very much for choosing us, and our condolences to the family of the 12 who died as a result of the floods. But this would not become one of those things where we just talk and let it go. The right things would have to be done. And talking about right things, look, government has a role to play. But have you considered what you can also do? And what the floods exposed are attitudes and the usage of plastics in this country. Pay attention a minute to the floodwaters, and you see plastic bottles telling us how we also have a role to play in ensuring that Accra becomes clean. And so this morning, the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research of the University of Ghana, they've conducted a research on the economic impact of waste management in this country. And Professor Peter Kojo will be joining us to share them with us. But as always, we do the show with you. Get onto X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 05511119997. But coming up now is the news at 6 with Mami Sinyameche Thompson.
Stand back and take account. Or therefore, wait, yeah, it has to be you. Money, money, I don't throw a salute, yeah, money, 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 I jump into chamo, money, hey, money, money, I don't throw a salute, yeah, money, 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 I jump into.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we are Love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via our various affiliates. Also on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, and YouTube. Coming up this morning, Monday, flood victims spent 2 days stranded without shelter after disaster. leaves more than 7,000 households affected.
Yes, you. Obi Crampona, Basilba, when you could put away in I obi dear Nasra, Namaya, one monka crama and collar.
And no coast.
Actually,
I have lost all my clothes, including my uniforms, to the flood.
We have more as the Interior Minister raises concern over delayed demolition of illegal structures amid public resistance.
When the regional minister, current regional minister, and Nagbo were going around breaking down, you need to hear some of the comments. I invested in NDC. They didn't give me anything. Look at what they are not doing to my property.
Also this morning, Minority Leader calls for immediate dissolution of 7-member Standing Committee on flood following Monday's flood that killed 12 people as he demands full-scale investigation into the work.
Establish a parliamentary committee specifically mandated to investigate the conduct of the flood preparedness task force. What work, if any, the task force undertook since its establishment.
In business,
fuel prices to go down by a significant margin today as some oil marketing companies reveal it could be the biggest drop since 2020. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
Well, we have these and more with me, Mamie Sinya Mitchell Thompson. Stay for details. Two days after devastating floods swept through parts of Accra, hundreds of victims are forced to spend nights without proper shelter as they wait for emergency support from NADMO. The floods, triggered by hours of torrential rainfall, have affected close to 8,000 households, displaced about 38,000 people, and claimed at least 12 lives. At Alajo in Accra, affected victims say they have been left stranded without anywhere to sleep. My colleague Collins Frimpong visited some of them at Alajo.
For many residents of Alajo and other flood-hit communities in Accra, the nightmare did not end when the flood waters began to recede. 2 days after torrential rains unleashed one of the capital's devastating floods in recent times, thousands of families are forced to pass the night without proper shelter.
Yesterday, we were supported by some neighbors whose building have not been collapsed. So they helped us to reach, we were in numbers, so we divided ourselves. So we slept with them yesterday.
Yes, you. Obi Crampona, Basilba, when you could put away in I obi dear Nasra, Namaya, one monka crama and collar. One want a way. Obi Crampona, the Brahmins, Nameshe. The Alurano Crampoya, CMP and CO, young women Salachino. The Amisha Crampoya, Tadia, Papa Bia.
For children barely 3 years old, the aftermath of the floods has become a fight for comfort and safety. With homes destroyed and families displaced, some young children are now forced to spend cold nights in open spaces, exposed to harsh weather conditions as their parents search for shelter. We are school, no school.
Actually,
Na and no school.
actually,
Adeng.
my school uniform now for.
School uniform now for.
Actually.
I am a student, but I didn't go to school. I have lost all my clothes, including my uniforms, to the flood. For yesterday, I slept at my auntie's place, and I intend to sleep there today as well.
Yeah, me nyama never inside until nyama nintime nyendra.
It's a now dying.
Me koda me auntie wo.
Oh, in fact,
Awe chira.
it's a 1 hour crocodile. All right, sorry.
And that report by Collins Frimpong. Well, Interior Minister Muntaka claims 350 million cedis promised by the president will be released to support victims and mitigate the damage caused by the flood. He spoke in Parliament.
A total amount of 350 million is being targeted to be used to help in dealing with the challenges that we have. Mr. Speaker, the president has instructed that 200 million will be targeting relief items to this close to over 10,000 households that have been affected across the whole coast, and the 150 will be used to mitigate the flood issues.
Well, the minister is, however, concerned over the reluctance of state agencies to demolish structures earmarked for removal, citing a lack of public support. On PM Express, the minister said resistance from affected residents has slowed the work of authorized agencies.
When the current regional minister, and NADMO were going around breaking down, you need to hear some of the comments. I invested in NDC. They didn't give me anything. Look at what they are now doing to my property. Who did we get to be speaking for the regional minister? And NADMO? Nobody. So the regional minister, she's a politician. When she keeps hearing this kind of threatening noise, she begins to slow down. But if she was doing that and she was getting the community, cheering her up, coming out to support her, when these people are saying those, for lack of better, those rubbish, and she get people coming out to demonstrate in favor of what she's doing, you think that it will not strengthen her?
The minority in Parliament is demanding that the 7-member flood task force to be investigated following Monday's incident. Chaired by Deputy Chief of Staff Stan Dogbe, it was commissioned by President Mahama in March 2025 to conduct a field assessment and coordinate government efforts on addressing the nation's perennial flooding. 15 months on, it is still unclear what the recommendations were and how the committee is addressing the challenge. But Minority Leader Alexander Penyumakin wants the committee scrutinized.
Yesterday's flooding is the clearest evidence that this task force produced no meaningful intervention on the ground. The minority is calling on this House to establish a parliamentary committee specifically mandated to investigate the conduct of the flood preparedness task force and the relevant government ministries and agencies in the lead up to this disaster.
Well, the minority leader also says the health minister must announce measures government is deploying to curb possible disease outbreaks that might result from the flood.
The minority is therefore pressing for an urgent and substantive briefing to this House by the Minister for Health, setting out precisely what steps are being taken to monitor affected communities for early signs of disease outbreak, what emergency sanitation, clean water and medical supplies have been deployed to flood-hit areas, and what surveillance and rapid response systems are in place should an outbreak occur. This briefing must happen without delay. The country cannot afford a public health crisis compounding a disaster that was itself avoidable.
And here the minority leader Alexander Fayumakin. Now, illegal miners have taken over one of the mountainous regions surrounding Lake Busumtree in the Ashanti region, threatening the ecosystem sustaining one of Ashanti region's major tourist attractions. Joy News can confirm deep excavation and mining of a hill at Biposo, one of the towns situated around Lake Busumtree, a few meters from the valley hosting the water source. Erastus Saridonko reports.
The illegal miners are digging gradually deep, eating into the only layer that separates this mountain from the valley of the lake. As far as gold goes, the illegal miners will continue to dig and dig until finally there is nothing left. And that will start leaking mining residue down this mountain into the valley of the lake itself.
The miners have laid pipes connected to a mechanized borehole, pumping water up one of the mountains surrounding the lake, using it to dig and wash for gold. They've already cleared a substantial part of the mountain, but they push on with the trajectory of the line trace of gold, leading them even close to the valley which hosts this great lake. The Ashanti Regional Minister in a Facebook post said the owner of the site, one Richard Entry, claims to have lawfully acquired the land, adding that investigations are underway to ascertain whether he has requisite mining licenses. But the illegality is not limited to this mountain at Biposo. In the valley of the adjoining town of Konkoma, just below Lake Busumtree, illegal miners have taken over, mining with impunity.
Yes, this is Sarah Dunkel with that report, bringing us to the end of this morning's bulletin here on Joy 99.7 FM. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show. Don't go away.
Oh, jump on now.
Go, the go. Go me. At what time when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
The go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here, and they work it out. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
Hey, who dey brush? We dey brush them. Hey, who dey brush? We dey brush them. Hey, brush your teeth. Brush your teeth every day and night. Slide the gems and tattoo them. Brush the gems away. Indian gem, we go brush them. Go Asia gem, we go brush them. Panama gem, we go brush them. We go.
Whatever the germs, brush them away with the new Pepsodent, now in limited edition World Cup packs. This advert is FDA approved.
This damn patch again. Ebo, look at this wall. Every few months, the same damn patch comes back. I've painted it twice already. What is all this?
Kofi, you can't fight moisture with paint too.
The problem is inside the building itself. Yes. So what can I do? The house is already finished.
Simple. Gasem Super Strong Waterproof Cement. It's a new cement with built-in water protection technology.
Water protection?
Yes.
So it's just for repairs?
No, my friend. That's the difference. Use it to fix dampness and seepage. Or use it for new buildings. Foundation, block work, plastering. One cement that builds and protects.
Wow.
Gasm Super Strong Waterproof Cement. The one cement that builds and protects. Build it right once. Gasm, the nation builder.
This football season, Star Oil and Point Africa, they give you double. Every Monday and Tuesday, fuel up at Star Oil and get 2 times your bonus points. That's right, double points when you buy quality and affordable fuel from Star Oil. Now, fuel the game for Point Ibeji. From 1st June to 19th July, collect and redeem points in the Point Africa app for amazing rewards, including fuel vouchers, flat screen TVs, PlayStation, Bluetooth speakers, blenders, and food deals. First come, first serve. Charlie, don't just pay. Get point, use point. Download the Point Africa app today. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuel for all. Terms and conditions apply.
When the bills are mega.
When the plans are mega.
When the pressure is mega.
When the need is mega. Then you need a mega answer. That answer is Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loan. Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loans promo is available to new and existing salaried workers, existing loan subscribers, including top-up customers and pensioners. Get support for personal needs, family priorities, school fees, home improvement, business support, and more. Enjoy big loans, low rates with a quick and straightforward process designed to help you move without delay. Visit any Societe Generale Ghana branch today or call 030-2214-314. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. The 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. And Total Energies Total. We go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report. Brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akbafu.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm good. You?
Oh, as you can see, God is still taking care of his children.
He is. By the way, whoever's in charge this around the circle area, there's a pile of waste. I don't know who is supposed to come and pick them up, but it's terrible, and I'm worried about the health of people as well.
And you know, it will rain today. I think it's already started. So it's important that we deal with these things. Sabote is calling me forecaster.
It's a real pile, like a heap, tons of waste.
Bad.
It's very bad.
You know, the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research at the University of Ghana, they've done some, research that shows that we're not spending much first on the management of waste, and the losses we are incurring for not managing waste properly is huge. This morning, Professor Peter Kojo will join us to tell us more about that. But you know, Daryl, I'm concerned. We've spent about $1 billion from 2000 to 2024 to deal with Accra floods. Yes.
Where did the money go?
What is there to show? You've asked a very good question. Where did the money go? What's there to show? What's there to show? Okay, and for me, that's the most. And look, I've spent time going through the World Bank's report on the Garrid project. Okay, and later on the show, we'll share details of it with you. Now, the World Bank talks about something. So this implementation progress says overall implementation progress remains constrained and is rated moderately unsatisfactory, as reported in January 2026. While detailed engineering designs for most authorized civil works, including Aidan landfills, have been completed, execution on the ground has been slow. Several contractors remain behind their contractual schedules, and decisions on terminating or restructuring persistently non-performing contracts have not been taken by the government of Ghana. The implementation progress will be reassessed in the next, following the recently concluded implementation support mission. But when you look at the progress towards the project development objectives, it says progress towards the project's development objectives remain broadly aligned with expectations under the current constraints, consistent with the moderately unsatisfactory PDO rating. As of January 2026, 2 PDO indicators have been achieved. PDO 3, the early flood warning system, has been fully established and is operational. And PDO 4, the quantity of solid waste collected from underserved low-income communities and disposed of in sanitary landfills, has exceeded annual targets. For PDO 1, the dredging of the Odo Channel continues in unencumbered areas, with 194,082 cubic meters dredged to date, and progress remains aligned with the end target expectations. For PDO 2, the designs for detention ponds have been finalized, with tendering expected to proceed once commitment authorization is guaranteed. And we realized, going through this document, that for a very long period, from November 2023, there was no release. And so they were struggling to actually complete the project. And that's sad. As we speak, the total release is just 40% of the project sum. And as you can find here, when it comes to the implementation progress, we're told that it's moderately unsatisfactory.
What's delaying the release?
Well, the commitment authorization. The government is not releasing funds, and once government is not releasing the funds, you can't continue. It's as simple as that. I mean, look, the World Bank says the project continues to face a short-term cash flow constraint and delays in assessing available project financing. And based on existing contractual commitments, the project coordination unit estimates financing needs of approximately 40.8 million for CY 2026, while the Ministry of Finance has allocated only about 17 million for the same period. That's a challenge.
Well, the issues of, the past few days should cause somebody to really act and get the cash to flow so that the things are done. And
this morning also, Daryl, we're going to be talking more about the GMET warnings that they gave us and what we did. Now, the Ghana Institution of Engineers has also released, its statement on this. We'll bring all of it to you and find out what must be done to ensure that we deal with the floods. Are we going to do the trumpet today?
Well, today is 1st of July.
Yes.
When Ghana became a republic.
It's Republic Day. Imagine.
Yeah, when we attain sovereign status. Well.
But you asked, but really,
and today we're going to be praying and thanking God. But I also feel that it should be a day of reflection and look at how far we have come as a country.
In fact, if I had my own way, we would not do a day of prayer and thanksgiving. Let's just reflect. You see, people have died. 12 confirmed dead, others missing. For their families. Anyway, who gets the trumpet?
So we trumpet Ghana. We are patriotic, and it's Republic Day, so.
Okay. So to Ghana on the 66th Republic Day, we say
trumpet. Happy Republic Day, everyone. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, fuel prices set to go down by a significant margin today as oil marketing companies reveal this could be one of the biggest drops since 2020. Also coming up, expenditure on electricity and water set to go up today as well as third quarter utility tariff review by regulator PRC kicks in. Plus, some businesses fear floods may result in shortage of goods as Chamber of Commerce reveals majority of its members have not insured their products. Details coming up. My name is Darryl Crowd. Thanks for being with us. Hello to everyone listening from Kojo and KT Radio. Now, some oil marketing companies have revealed that fuel prices will witness one of the biggest drops in a long while, beginning today. The following reports break down the expected numbers by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies.
According to the latest pricing outlook by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, petrol will go down by more than 9% per litre from tomorrow. Diesel, on the other hand, will drop by 10.20%. Liquefied petroleum gas will be reduced by almost 29% per litre. The Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies in their report state the drop, which is the biggest since 2020, was influenced by almost 19% reduction in the prices of crude oil on the international market, as well as the stability of the Ghana cedi against the US dollar over the past 3 weeks. The development could go a long way to bring some relief to consumers after months of increases in fuel prices at the pumps. Analysts have argued that if the current developments in the Middle East continue to stabilize, then consumers may have to brace themselves for more reduction in the next 2 weeks.
Well, so this morning we're hearing that market leader Goil has dropped prices at the pumps. Is selling a litre of petrol at 12 cedis 79 pesos from the old price of 13 cedis 87 pesos a litre. Diesel will be sold at 15 cedis 35 pesos a litre. Now, management of the Tema Oil Refinery has described the company's profit turnaround as a significant step in refining crude oil to meet local demand. The following report has more.
At its 18th annual general meeting, which brought together shareholders, the State Interest and Governance Authority (SIGA), the Ministry of Finance and other key stakeholders, management of TOR published the 1.24 billion cedis profit after tax for 2025 financial year, the first in 10 years. According to TOR, the accounts audited by KPMG and the Ghana Audit Service mark an important step in strengthening transparency, accountability and sound corporate governance at the refinery. Most importantly, it said the achievement was attained after years of consecutive losses dating back 2017. TOR said the achievement also reflects the collective commitment, discipline and resilience of the board, management, staff, government and its valued stakeholders. On his part, government announced steps to ring-fence the debt of the Tema oil refinery. According to the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, John Abdullahi Jinapor, the decision to ring-fence the debt is intended to clean up TOR's balance sheet and position the refinery for long-term financial sustainability and growth.
That was a news desk report. Now, the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is warning that the recent floods could result in price hikes. Now, this due to the fact that the floods have affected goods in stock as well as warehouses, while restocking has been hampered by bad road network. President of the Chamber, Stephen Mason, however, says the firms should be considerate in these challenging times.
We want to admonish our producers and those who are also importing for consumption to have some mercy, to sympathize with the consuming public, that this is not the first time, this is not the time to take advantage of the market because of shortages. As we know that there's been losses, but it is on all fronts. And unfortunately, majority of our members have not taken advantage of the insurance. And that is very unfortunate on our part. So we want to encourage our members to do insurance for their businesses. And we also want to encourage the insurance industries to create portfolios and products that our members can afford to at least mitigate some of these things.
President of Ghana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Stephen Mason. Now, expenditure on electricity and water by businesses will go up significantly today. This is because the third quarter utility tariff review takes off. Now, electricity will go up by 3.49%. Water will be adjusted by 0.85%. The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission says measures have been instituted to ensure various providers and distributors work with the approved rates. Dr. Shafiq Suleiman is Executive Secretary.
So now ECG does not even control the revenues that they collect. All the revenues that ECG collects, we've established what we call a single holding account that ECG puts the money in. And it's coming directly from the various regions in the various districts that take the revenues. And some of it is even coming directly from the vendors into the single holding account. So ECG cannot even benefit from any meter running fast, because the intention is that if they are collecting the revenue themselves.
Those complaints do come to any time there are tariff.
Yes, so they've been an issue. I think the last time I was at your station, we looked at that issue where meters, we had an abruption. When we did the MITO, we have a surge. And it was also part of ECG's internal mechanisms to ensure that their meters communicate with the tariff. And it was because the commission was requesting for it. We indicated that we pass tariff, very few people actually pay, and the rest don't pay. And most of them, their meters do not communicate with ECG systems. So we made them to enforce that mechanism.
You heard Executive Secretary of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, Dr. Shafiq Suleiman. Now, government's quest to build strong gold reserves to aid the city's stability will take shape today. This morning, the government will start buying up to 30% of gold output by each large-scale mining firm. Sami Jemfi's Chief Executive of Gold Board, he has been giving more details about this deal with the mining firms.
And this has come about, as I said, through months of negotiations at the behest of the Minister of Finance, the Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So, on behalf of the President of the Republic and the Minister for Finance, I would like to thank the Chamber of Mines for leading this process and for the concessions they have made in helping us reach this agreement, which will go a long way to support gold reserve accumulation, improve economic buffers, help economic stability objectives.
You're listening to the Joy Business Report. The National Investment Bank has revealed that it is looking forward to an impressive 2026 financial performance as it continues to implement its turnaround strategies for the year. The revelation follows improved first quarter financials, profit after tax hitting 34.3 million Ghana cedis. The bank during the period and the review also saw improved turnaround in most areas of its operations. According to the bank, it has also seen significant improvement in its non-performing loans as well. Now, Republic Day is a celebration of Ghana's journey, identity, and achievements. Now, beyond politics and history, it's also about the people who champion our culture every day. Artist B.A. Champon is doing just that, using his gallery as a platform to promote Ghanaian art, celebrate local content or talent, and share the country's rich cultural heritage with visitors from around the world. Take a listen.
Champong is a multi-skilled artist.
I'm a versatile painter. I'm into sculpture. I carve by using wood. And then I have my own way of doing sculpture on canvas. That one too, it looks like metal. That one is, I can say I'm the only one doing it for now, in Ghana or probably elsewhere. And then I also do canvas work, which is real painting. So I do abstract and then realism.
Ghana is a country where art thrives. The appreciation of art has grown over the years. Echampo knows there is a marked difference from when he started.
Now it has been massive improvement. People are beginning to understand the importance of paintings, especially in Ghana. Unlike those days, people will see paintings and then they see it like any ordinary thing. But now it's no more like that.
All right, so join us for the Joy Business Van as we celebrate Ghanaian art this Republic Day. Full episode at 1 p.m. right after the Joy Business Report, 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. Before we go a look at the markets this morning, crude oil has gone up marginally from yesterday's trading, selling at $73.17 a barrel. Gold lost $32. It's going for $3,975 an ounce. Cocoa trading at $5,078 a ton after shooting up by more than $100 on the currency market. The dollar going for 11 cities 40 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. The euro 13 cities 11 pesos. The British pound 15 cities 20 pesos. The forex bureau is quoting the dollar at 12 cities 20 pesos. More news on our website myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team.
Thank you very much, Darryl. And our inspirational song for today. Today is World Reggae Day.
Oh, it is.
Yes. We want to do one by Robert Nesta Marley.
Okay.
It's one that I classify inspirational.
Okay.
Because it presents us with hope.
There's hope.
We can chase those crazy bald heads out of town. If they're not doing the right things.
Bald heads. When you said bald heads, I looked at your head.
Yes, that's why you see the qualification is important.
The crazy bald heads.
The qualification, the crazy bald heads, Yes, the hope is that we have to chase them out of town. All those who are not doing the right things, we have to deal with them.
Yeah.
And in dealing with them, as citizens, as media CSOs, it's important to demand social accountability. You say you want to do. Where's the evidence?
Where's the evidence?
And look, Darryl, the earlier we realized that these people who are in authority are there to serve us, we put them there. We have given them a job. If we don't vote for them, they have no job. So they're there to serve our interests, and they must do that the better. So there's Bob Marley, Crazy Bald Heads.
chase those crazy, chase those crazy bumpers, chase those crazy bullets out of a yarn.
And that's our inspirational song for today. One that once I told Daryl, he looked at me and said, "But you are bald." Maybe I can say the same to Kojo Akoto Boateng.
I am not bald. The Lord is my Baba. I'm not bald.
Okay.
There are people who are bald.
Who are those who are bald?
You.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I have hair. It's only
show evidence.
No, but it's only, but I like Sakura. It's a hairstyle. It's bald by choice. It's just by choice. I told you the day my son came and said, "Daddy, I want you to let your hair grow so that I see how you look like when your hair grows." That was one of the saddest days in my life.
You know, most of you who claim that you don't like having hair on your head is because the hair, it doesn't form uniformly. If you like, let NHI put the hair transplant at UGMC on NHI. We will see all of you going together.
Brother, are you talking about yourself? Are you talking about yourself?
Oh, Charlie.
Anyway, let's get into our Drive Safe campaign, brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota. And then Imperial General Assurance, Solid Protection.
Our tip for this morning, it's simple. Fix your wiper.
Yeah, it's raining.
Fix your wiper. Most people don't pay attention to the wiper, and so please fix your wiper. It doesn't cost more than 100 cedis to fix a wiper.
Yeah.
So fix your wiper. It helps you with visibility as it rains, and fix your wiper and put some water in the tank as well. Okay, because sometimes when you drive on a muddy road and there is water on your windscreen, there is mud on your windscreen, you need water in your tank to be able to wash it off. If you don't do that, and it's not raining hard enough, you don't get enough rain to clean your windscreen, and you find yourself wanting. So fix your wiper, make sure there is water in that tank to help you wipe everything off your windscreen to improve your visibility. That's our tip this morning. Let me give you the fuel tip as well. Outdoor items such as directional signage, cones, hoses, loose materials should be secured when strong wind or stormy weather is expected. Poorly secured items can block movement and create avoidable hazards. Weather safety is real safety. And this is a message from Comac.
Okay, which means we can now learn how to say it right. And it's brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either. I say either.
So today's word sent to us by Nana Kofi is ALCHEMIZE. 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 It means to transform or change in form, appearance, or use.
From alchemy?
Yes, maybe. Yes, it is. And so, for instance, you can say time and fiction writers have alchemized these Wild West thugs into romantic heroes. Okay? So, alchemize, the verb is to transform. Okay? I know that alchemy is a type of chemistry,
Yeah.
Trying to find a way to change ordinary metals into gold, and with trying to find medicine that would cure any disease.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how you say it, right, Nana Kofi, and that's how you use it. The fact that, so if you want to talk about the transformation or change in anything, you can use alchemize. And that is how you say it, right. right, so welcome back. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And you know, every thriving business started with someone who dared to dream. At Societe Generale Ghana, we believe those dreams deserve the right support. And that's why from now till September, we're helping professionals and businesses access the financing and banking solutions they need through our professional and small businesses loans promo. As a trusted partner to many businesses across Ghana, we bring the expertise, experience, and tailored solutions needed to help businesses thrive. Does your business need equipment or machinery to expand your operations? Our finance lease solutions can help. Are you looking for working capital to take advantage of new opportunities? Our Boafu loan is designed to help your business grow. Or perhaps you're waiting for customers to settle invoices. Well, our factoring and invoice discounting solutions can help you unlock cash tied up in receivables, while our business accounts provide the banking support your business needs to succeed. Whatever your business goes, Societe Generale Ghana has the expertise and solutions to help you achieve them. Visit the nearest Societe Generale Ghana branch today or visit societegenerale.com.gh between now and September to learn more about our PSB loans promo and discover how we can support the next chapter of your business. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you.
And if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, go to Kingdom Books. They have the Kingdom Books year sales happening. Go there, shop smart, save big. You get up to 70% discounts on quality products. So go to the Kingdom Books office at Osu from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily and get all that you need. You can call them on 0244 311 955.
Let's get into the newspapers now. The newspaper review brought to us by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, Kel Chaco toothpaste, Happy Smile, and Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all.
And I'll start with the daily guide. 30 perished, 7 missing in deadly Accra and then Central Floods. 350 million Ghana cedi relief package announced by the government. Parliament passes maritime related offences bill. Afoko gets Dr. Amin Adams' support, and Telecel closes Ashanti month with mother and baby unit adoption.
The Economy Times for today says BOG tightens digital money rules on fintechs. Board CEOs and payment providers face tougher accountability under new rules, and Ghana commences exploratory onshore oil drilling this year. Illegal fishing threatens 2.7 million livelihoods as closed season begins.
The Ghanaian Point, Mahama directs release of 300 million Ghana cedis for flood relief and mitigation as Accra crisis deepens. Stay alert, stay safe. National Security Coordinator issues urgent warning as flood crisis worsens. Bamia calls for state of emergency over flood crisis, pledges support for victims and flooding disaster. June 2026 rainfall highest ever recorded in Ghana. 7,761 households affected, 7 still missing. This is the Interior Minister.
Now, the Accra Times, Afoko wins key endorsement as former Finance Minister Dr. Amin Adam backs him. And Muntaka briefs Parliament on flood disaster, says Monday's floods claimed 18 lives. Sad. Mahama saddened over devastating Accra floods and stay indoors during anti-immigrant protests. Ghana High Commission urges nationals in South Africa.
The Inquisitor seeking God's face. National Prayer Day today. So there is one at the forecourt of the State House this morning at 9 a.m. and the Muslim service this afternoon around 12:30 p.m. at the National Mosque in Kanda. NPA cuts fuel price floor ahead of July pricing window. And Amenfi East MC orchestrates the arrest of party chairman. And OSP's Youth Against Corruption launches platform for young people.
Now, the Hawk for today says NPP in chaos over Afari expose. Daggers out for Kennedy, but Nitiwu spared for same remarks. The drug menace is national security risk. Chief of Staff warns. I let NPP down. Ex-Ashanti Regional Minister admits abandoned project sunk NPP in the 2024 elections. GCAA opens probe into KLM passenger abuse claims, and NPP's biggest enemy is itself. We treated ourselves badly, says Adainimo, as he backs Afoko's comeback. Okay, let's go online now, and the online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest.
Zenith Bank says, stay alert, shine your eye when someone calls claiming to be from Zenith Bank. Fraudsters can sound professional, confident, and convincing. They may ask you to confirm your account details to help resolve a supposed problem or secure your account. Remember, Zenith Bank will never ask for your PIN, password, or OTP over the telephone, email, or via any channel. If a caller asks for this information, do not share it, end the call immediately, and contact Zenith Direct on 054 2000 111. Shine your eye, spot the fraud, stop the fraud. And this is a message from Zenith Bank in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks.
All right, let's see what's on myjournalline.com.
Gutas is asking a very big question. Why increase utility tariffs? Guta says, as the economic indicators point the other way. You know, our economic indicators are looking good. So Guta is wondering why utility tariffs are going the other way. Yeah. Botiano, flood victims drowning in cleanup costs. That's also something we should be talking about. When the lakeside floods happened, a friend who lives there spent close to 5,000 cedis to clean up their home. And so a lot of people will be spending money cleaning up after the flooding. World Bank says Finance Ministry fiscal controls delayed the Garrett project. We'll give you more details on that. Ghana Institution of Engineering prescribes 19-point plan to tackle perennial flooding. And Ghana received record 593.2 millimeters of rain in June, highest monthly rainfall in history. This according to Muntaka. We woke up to the announcement. Guta slams lack of consultation on utility tariff hikes. And wrong timing. AGI questions electricity tariff hike despite the failing inflation and the stable city. And the sad news, 12 dead, nearly 500 flood victims rescued. This is based on Ghana National Fire Service, the operation this week on rescuing people in the flood. And Ebola outbreak could cost Africa up to $3.6 billion, the UN says. Now let me take you to citynewsroom.com. No Ghanaian in custody after South Africa protests. This is according to the High Commissioner. Sustainable banking compliance rises to 73% as green finance agenda deepens. Some South Africans oppose closure of foreign-owned businesses amid protests. And Accra floods. Ministry of Health ramps up surveillance to avert disease outbreaks. And we are not okay. Ghanaian laments South Africa migrant crackdown.
You know this South Africa thing? I am happy that for Ghana, we've reached out to citizens in South Africa, and I've asked those who want to return to return. Now, I wish that Africa as a whole, okay, would get all its citizens out of South Africa. Leave South Africa on its own. I can understand that these are citizens who are doing that, and it's not a government position. But at some point, the government must step in and deal with them. And if the government is not dealing with them, let South Africa be isolated. And we would understand.
So if we leave them, all our fruit juice imports from South Africa, we halt them. So that our businessmen will invest in processing to take up our mangoes, our pawpaw, our pineapples, and all those things, and process them here. Create value within.
Yes. Let's leave them. Let's leave them. Because, I mean, and look.
If we leave them right now, we won't get juice to drink.
My brother. if you don't get juice to drink today, we will solve it today.
Okay.
You know, sometimes we need to do things right.
We need to break the thing before we fix it.
Look, and if Africa isolates South Africa, they would struggle.
Yeah.
In today's world, you cannot be an island on your own. And so at some point, South Africa must realize that it needs Africa. Look, why is America, Trump engaged in all these back and forth with trade and everything? Because they want to control trade. And if you, South Africa, if Africans come there, nobody says that if someone is illegal, that person should not be done. If that person is illegal, you can deport the person. But if somebody is illegal, you don't have to beat the person. Some are being killed.
But is it fair to argue that those doing these things are in the minority, and that a good majority do not like what is happening, and so it shouldn't result in a blanket boycott of South Africa as our African neighbor? but we should rather be putting more pressure on the South African government to really crack down on these.
The South African government should have done that by now. The South African government, they've invited some of them, but you see, the South African government should do enough to assure Africa that the African citizens in South Africa are safe.
Okay.
If you don't do enough, we would also retaliate. And if we do that, what that means is that you would also suffer.
Okay. Let me bring you some headlines from Graphic Online. A study reveals that we have high levels of pesticide residue in cabbage and okra sold on the Ghanaian markets.
There's some crania.
And June 2026 records the highest rainfall in history, according to Muntaka. So those are some stories also from Graphic Online. Maybe I should give you that graphic story before I come into the flooding, because food is also important. The story says a study has revealed high levels of pesticide residues in cabbage and okra sold on the Ghanaian markets. The Center for Indigenous Knowledge and Organization Development has called for the urgent adoption of agroecological farming practices in the local setting. The environmental advocacy organization said the findings should serve as a wake-up call for the government, farmers and consumers to promote safer food production systems and reduce dependence on synthetic agrochemicals. Cabbage is actually difficult to farm. And when you are fighting pests, it takes a lot of care. Sometimes you actually have to wake up at dawn to go and deal with the pests, or in the night, because that's when they are out chewing your cabbage. And I think that these green leafy vegetables also need special intervention by the state. We've done a lot of interventions on rice, maize, tomatoes and all those things. But these are where our vitamins are coming from. We seem to be having a lot of interventions in where the carbs are coming from. But we need to pay attention to some of these things.
You know, while I support state interventions, I believe also that the farmers can come together, conduct research on the best ways to deal with things. And there might be existing research.
The research is there. In fact, my intervention is not for us to buy seed and pesticides for farmers, but to use our knowledge and transfer the knowledge to the farmers. Because a lot of the farmers think what they are doing is right. And if we use the agric extension officers to get to the fields to educate them and figure out how to grow these better, we'll make money. For some of us, we are growing these leafy vegetables using grow towers, so no pesticides, no chemicals. But then when you also put it on the market says it's too expensive. They don't want to buy that. The grow towers are also expensive. So let's figure out a way we can educate farmers to grow vegetables better, so we don't consume a lot of pesticides.
Yes, the farmer associations would have a role to play, and the Ministry of Agric, funding education shouldn't be something that would be so difficult for them.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into the paper.
Yes, Daily Guide, page 3. 30 perished, 7 missing in deadly Accra Central floods. 30 people have lost their lives in devastating floods that struck parts of Greater Accra and the central regions, while more than 38,000 others have been displaced, the Minister for Interior has disclosed. Presenting a statement in Parliament yesterday, the Minister said 12 people died in Monday's floods in Greater Accra region, with 7 others still missing, while a further 18 people lost their lives in separate flood-related incidents in the central region over the past 2 weeks. Mr. Muntaka said initial assessments showed that 7,761 households comprising 38,000 people had been displaced across 18 MMDAs in the Greater Accra region. He explained that 25 communities were severely affected after the rains of Monday, and this is the 4th highest single-day rainfall recorded in the country since 1995. The government has also approved a 350 million Ghana cedi emergency package to provide relief to flood victims and finance long-term mitigation measures following the devastating floods that affected thousands of people across Greater Accra and other parts of the country. Yesterday, when the government announced this, I saw somebody questioning on Facebook, so if you had this 350 million Ghana cedis, why didn't we put it to use from January to date to correct the wrongs in the system, to probably reduce the effect of this flood, since we're forewarned?
Well, I get that point, eh? But you see, we have funds that we're supposed to be using to deal with some of these things that the GMET warned us about. The question is, why didn't we use those funds? And later on, so we're going to be sharing, the Garrett Progress Report, where the World Bank says the state of the project is moderately unsatisfactory. Why? Because we have refused to release funds to them. It's simple. Yesterday, Dr. Ohinesafo was, but the World Bank says, the World Bank puts it clearly, that we refuse to release funds. And for the period, let me just read verbatim. The period between November 2023 to somewhere, no funds were being released. No funds were being released. Look, okay, I'm looking at the implementation progress. It says overall implementation progress remains constrained and is rated moderately unsatisfactory. As reported in January 2026, while detailed engineering designs for most authorized civil works, excluding the Idan landfill, have been completed, execution on the ground has been slow. Several contractors remain behind their contractual schedules, and decisions on terminating or restructuring persistently non-performing contracts have not been taken by the government of Ghana. The implementation progress rating will also be reassessed in the next following recently concluded implementation support mission.
You know, our elders say success occurs when preparation and opportunity meet. Usually when we have these big projects funded by development partners and all, we actually wait for the project to begin, then we start planning and designs and everything. I think that with the millions of institutions we have, we should be looking at every Ghanaian problem and designing the solution, so that when you go for a loan, for example, or you get a grant, it's not that time that you use to design the solution. If you read the World Bank report, looks like we got a grant or we got a loan, whatever it is, but we've spent the past few years actually now doing the designs and doing the planning.
Kojo,
we are yet to fully get into a proper execution stage.
Look,
for a lot of the components.
Let me just read this to you. Disbursement. As of April 14, cumulative disbursement amount to 137.66 million, representing approximately 40% of the total project financing of 350 million. Disbursement activity had been limited throughout 2024 to 2025, with the April 2026 withdrawal representing a resumption following an extended lull. The project experienced no disbursements for approximately 16 months. That's, and here it says November 2023 to March 2026, due to government's fiscal controls affecting access to project funds. Disbursement resumed in April 2026 following the government's decision to proceed with the project implementation and restore funding flows.
Later, if we have time, maybe we need to also look at the National Infrastructure Plan. There was a draft National Infrastructure Plan that was drawn up, which sought to solve a lot of our infrastructure problems in the country. But like I said earlier, in this country, we know our problems, but we don't design the solutions in anticipation of funding or budgetary releases to fix them. So sometimes the money comes and now we are going to spend time to plan, design before we hit the ground running. So a project that should run for say 4 years, we spend 2 years doing planning, doing consultations, doing this, doing that. But there are institutions that have officers that are mandated to solve these things. So every day they should be designing stuff. Every day they should be designing the solutions. If it's infrastructure designs, we should have them. The National Infrastructure Plan for our roads, for our drainage, we should have designed all those things. In Tiscanito, from the machines moving, and we do work. But we spend time, a lot of the funds, paying consultants, running around, and then we waste everybody's time. I think that's also one of our big problems as a country.
All right, time for the BBC News now, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us, Glyco, we cushion you for life, and Oba Spaghetti is made for you. So everybody, come chop.
Our new scaled-down approach has been integral to their survival.
It had grown to be
quite an expensive event. But we had launched a new strategy basically 3 weeks before the Australians came and withdrew of the Games. And one of the key things in that long-term strategy was that we wanted to take the Commonwealth Games around the Commonwealth. Our members wanted to host the Games. And because of the size and the scale of the event, that was not possible. It was bouncing back and forth between the UK and Australia.
Katie Sadlier. Hear more on the interview after the news.
BBC News with Govinda Gill. The White House has denied there are any conflicts of interest in Donald Trump's business dealings. New disclosures showed he made more than $1 billion from cryptocurrency ventures last year. David Willis reports.
Figures from the US Office of Government Ethics reveal that Donald Trump earned more than $2.2 billion following his return to the White House, an almost fourfold increase on his income the previous year. Much of that money came from the sale of tokens by a firm co-founded by members of his family, and royalties from a so-called celebration meme coin launched just days before his inauguration. Revenue from legal settlements and royalties on products such as Trump watches and Bibles added millions more to the total.
A new report by Amnesty International says the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan committed ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity during the group's capture of Al Fasher last year. Barbara Plett-Usher has the details.
Amnesty International interviewed nearly 250 people, more than 200 of them survivors, and witnesses talked about the mass killing of civilians, abductions, beatings, rape, and so on, often accompanied by ethnic slurs, they said, the Sudanese word used for servant or slave. Now, the Arab militias of the RSF do have a history of violence against non-Arab black African tribes in the western region of Darfur. And in the case of Al Fasher specifically, the armed groups who were defending the city belonged to the local Zaghawa tribe, so the RSF seems to have targeted the Zaghawa civilians just as it did the armed groups.
A new law has come into effect in China, which critics say is aimed at erasing minority groups. The government says the legislation, called the Ethnic Unity and Progress Promotion Law, will strengthen social cohesion. But right groups argue it's designed to force groups such as Uyghurs and Tibetans to assimilate with the Han Chinese majority. Venezuelans have told the BBC of their anger and frustration at the country's response to the devastating twin earthquakes a week ago. Dozens of international rescue teams have been deployed to Venezuela to help. Yogita Lemae reports.
Rescuers cheered as they pulled a 3-year-old boy from under the debris of his home. The Jordanian emergency team, which discovered the child, said his vital signs were good. It was a rare moment of joy in a country where tens of thousands of families are still searching for their loved ones who are missing after the earthquakes. Anger against the government is growing, with many Venezuelans telling the BBC that rescue efforts were too delayed and sorely inadequate.
World News from the BBC. New data shows global ocean surface temperatures in June were the highest on record, and that warming is likely to continue to escalate over the next few months. Scientists at the EU's climate monitor, Copernicus, warned that an imminent El Niño event will create even more uncertainty. Increasing ocean temperatures can cause adverse consequences across the globe, from flash flooding to rising sea levels and droughts. The artificial intelligence firm Anthropic says it will start restoring access globally to 2 of its most powerful AI tools after the US government lifted export restrictions. Anthropic built the Fable 5 and Mythos 5 models using its chatbot Claude. However, Washington suspended worldwide access to them over concerns they could be used by hackers to exploit cybersecurity weaknesses. The Japanese yen has fallen to its lowest level against the US dollar for 40 years. $1 is now worth about 162 yen. Tokyo has already tried to stem the slide, which has only led to a temporary reprieve. Kurumi Mori reports.
The main reason being the wide gap between Japan's still ultra-low interest rates and those in the U.S. and other major economies. The Japanese government has already spent a record about $72 billion intervening in the currency market between April and May. But those efforts have only slowed the decline temporarily. The big question now is whether authorities will step in again if the currency continues to weaken.
Co-hosts Mexico are through to the round of 16 at the Men's World Cup following a 2-0 victory over Ecuador. Goals from Julian Quiñones and Raúl Jiménez secured the win at a fully packed Mexico City Stadium. Earlier, France beat Sweden 3-0 to reach the next round. The French captain Kylian Mbappe scored twice and is now the second highest goal scorer in World Cup history. That's the latest BBC News.
Araba Soft Life. Yes, my darling. The soft life is me, queen of soft life. Araba be that. Are you going to the Kumasi station dressed like that? Hey, station?
And to say that, as you may know, Mr. Speaker, anytime you have to come under Order 91, then it's minister and giving government policy. But when you come under 93, it could be an urgent public issue that you needed to draw attention of the public. And that was why usually I prefer to come under 93, where I'm a member of parliament. Even if you are a minister, you are not a member of parliament. By virtue of being a minister, you are an ex-officio member of parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the House for the indulgence and to say that we had an incident that is reoccurring. And Mr. Speaker, the flood that affected the Greater Accra was something that, yes, the Ghana Meteorological Agency drew our attention and told us that we should expect more rains this June and July. Yes, it's something that they mentioned to us. But what they try to do is that on daily basis, they try to give us, at least in 6 hourly basis, the likelihood of what will happen. Mr. Speaker, let me state that what happened yesterday came to our attention only around midnight of the day before yesterday. That yes, the rains, as they predicted, will be coming, but they are expecting that it to be a little heavier than they expected. So even as at that time, they could not really tell us about the quantum of water we should expect. But Mr. Speaker, by the time we got to the morning, we saw a volume that is the 4th highest that this country has ever seen since 1995. A volume of 169 millimeters of water in a day. And Mr. Speaker, as you may see from the videos and the surveillance cameras, it flooded largely almost all Accra. It prevented people from coming into the center business center of the Accra, the center of Accra, because almost all the peripheries were affected. Admit, when you look at Act 927, that's the National Disaster Management Organization Act. When you look at Section 21 of the Act, it clearly stipulates the Disaster Management Committee. And in the Disaster Management Committee, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, we have almost all the relevant agencies being there, and it is chaired by the Minister for the Interior. As we speak, a meeting has been called at the presidency involving all these ministers to come so that we put our heads together and make sure that we deal with the issue. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, Section 21, National Disaster Management Committee. There is established a National Disaster Management Committee. The National Disaster Management Committee, subject to subsection 3, comprises A, the Minister for the Interior as chairperson, Director General, that's for the Director Generals of the NADMO, that's National Disaster Management Committee, the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Director General of the National Ambulance, the Chief Directors of each of the following ministries: Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing, Ministry of Information and Media Relations, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, the Chief Fire Officer, the Chairperson of the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, Climate Change Management, one representative of the Consortium of Non-Governmental Organizations, one representative of the Interagency Standing Committee of the United Nations Country Team, one representative of the Ghana Federation of Disabled, and the legal officer of the National Disaster Management Organization as Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are of the view that we don't need to only go there with our chief directors. We want the ministers themselves to be there with the support of their chief directors, so that we give it the necessary attention that it requires. I'll mention some information from Central Region that also happened last 2 weeks, which I have the details. In Central Region, Mr. Speaker, last 2 weeks, we had 58 houses that collapsed. And for those of us who are very familiar with Central Region and the kind of houses, because of the mud houses, some of them are the bricks, some of the houses were over 100 years old, but these were the districts and how they were affected. Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly lost 20 houses, Gomoa East 2 houses, Gomoa West 1 house, AOB 2 houses, Aguna East 7 houses, Gomoa Central 1 house, Tufu Ahima Lower Dentra 6 houses, AAK 4 houses, Mfansiman 5 houses, Asin South 1 house, Asin North 7 houses, Efutu 2 houses. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there too we lost 18 individuals as per the report that was sent to me. In Cape Coast, death by building collapse 5, death by drowning 1, Gomoa Central, death by building collapse 1, death by drowning 1, Mfansiman, death by building collapse 2, death by drowning 1, Tufi Ati Monkwa, that's TAM, death by drowning 1, Upper Dentre West, death by drowning 3, Aguna West, death by drowning 1, Upper Dentre East, death by drowning 2. Mr. Speaker, in the nutshell, to say that this was something that was a difficulty for us as a country. I must admit, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statistics that we received from the Ghana Meteorological Agency, it clearly states that in the month of June, we normally expect a lot of rains. But what happened yesterday gave us 169.2 millimeters of water. And this is the 4th largest volume of water in a day since 1995. And for the month of June, we had a total in month of June of 593.2 millimeters of water. And Mr. Speaker, is the highest our country has ever received in its history in 1 month. 593.2. The closest was in 2002, and that was 420.6 millimeters. And the other one was 2015, 380.3 millimeters. And these statistics, Mr. Speaker, I'll make it available for the House. Individuals were displaced, 363 households. We didn't have any missing or dead person. West, equally, we didn't lose anybody and nobody got missing, but the number of persons that were displaced were 2,300 and then 460 households. Ablekuma North, 651 displaced, 131 households, no missing or dead person. Ablekuma, Nungo Pram Pram, 1,377 displaced, 276 households. Wejabawe, 2,500 households, 2,500 individuals, 500 households. Gar South, 2,100 displaced, 420 households. Adenta, 1,850, 370 households. Kolekote, 6,500 displaced, amounting to 1,300 households. Okankwe South, 701 displaced, 141 households. Okankwe North, 2,620, and then 524 households. Tema West, we had 690 household displaced with 3,450 individuals displaced. Tema Metropolitan Assembly, we have 721 household displaced, which affected 3,601 individuals. In the case of Tema West, we had 3 persons that lost their life. La Dade Kotopong, we had 404 households displaced, amounting to 2,020 individuals. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, Kojo, we had 220 households displaced and 1,100 individuals displaced without any death. Mr. Speaker, when you put all these numbers together, we have a total of 7,761 households that were displaced, with 38,802 individuals affected, with 7 persons still missing as of this morning, because, Mr. Speaker, I've been at the Finance Committee in the past 3 hours. I've not been able to read my briefs this afternoon. I don't know whether many more have been found, but 7 people as of this morning were displaced, and the total death are 12 individuals that we lost. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I also have some information from Volta region. Volta region, the number of communities that were affected were in excess of 60 communities. I must admit, based on the information that we have, they were not life-threatening, situation in the case of Volta region, but the districts that were affected were Keta, and it has 7 communities that were affected. Anlo had 6 communities that were affected. Ketu South had 6 communities that were affected. Ketu North had 6 communities that were affected. South Tong had 8 communities that were affected. Akati had 9 communities that were affected. Gotiman Zokwe had 6 communities that were affected. Adakulo had 2 communities that were affected. Central Tong had 3 communities that were affected. North Tong had 2 communities. Whole municipalities had 8 communities that were affected. Mr.
You know, the song says it all. Kojo, it talks about a very important aspect. It says, why do you, run them away, drive them away when they separate you with election? You know how politicians do divide and rule tactics?
Yeah.
So whenever there's a problem that we have to address, they quickly would make it a partisan issue. And once it becomes a partisan issue, they're going to fight on who should have done what and whose tenure did what and what. Well, what I am concerned about is that the right things would have to be done. And so when you find yourself in power, when you're in government, it's your responsibility to do things right. Like our people say, who don't want to do a mutia, they be your thing.
Yeah.
If you compare yourself to a dwarf, you would always be tall. Compare yourself to the best. That's how you improve. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. So this is culture with elections. Today is World Reggae Day. And so we're enjoying some great songs. But of course, we're also going to be talking more about our floods. We cannot stop talking about it until the right things are done.
Yeah.
And like I indicated, nobody is going to be, distracted with politics. The right things would have to be done. So all the projects we've been talking about that we will do, what's happened to them? The GMET, Ghana Meteorological Agency, they warned us in February 2026. What did they say, and what did we do? The much talked about Garrett project that yesterday the project coordinator, Dr. Ohenesafo, was on this program. We're going to be sharing with you. We're told from November 2023, Kojo, till March 2026, there was no release of funds. So how were they expecting the projects to be completed? All of these coming up here on the Supermoon Show. But also, while we talk about what government has to do, there's a human element. And we are not going to run away from that. Because if you look at the floods, one thing was visibly clear. Plastics. Who put them there? But if as we talk about who put them there, first of all, you have done the wrong thing. But there's also somebody paid to make sure that you don't do the wrong thing. Why hasn't he done it?
When them run come talk about election, Eddie, I wonder why politicians them won't go away. Rastaman can't get no piece of jungle. Wonder why politicians them won't go away. Bingy man can't get no peace in a jungle. Tivoli and jungle unite, drive them way, run them way. When them separate you with election, the beating them a friend, so run them way. Bingy man a run them way. When them come talk about election. As God live, we must unite. You think I never see when you go to Switzerland, go bank up the people their money? You think I don't know so when you buy places and properties all about where poor people can't read, forget back some of them tax money, watch it. Depression, frustration, the poor man people, hungry just like you them. Frustration, white squad walk like man. Poor people money bank away. We no want no politics. Wonder why politicians them won't go away. Bingy man want some peace on the land. Sure. Wonder why politicians them won't go away. Bingy man we want some peace of the land. Kings and queens, president, all them do is oppress God's people. Prime ministers, underdogs, Catholic while Jaja Lion I watch. Catholic dog I watch. Listen what them say in society. No Anglican. Catholic while old dog I watch. Jump on to man catch. Hey. Come down off your horse, eh? Why me not pile up enough and plenty, you know? Me nah give no man we have already. The man who hungry off his eat, and the man who have already off his share. Yeah, my man. And me have something to tell you at the next break. Yes, sir. My brother, I'm the high job. Unquenchable fire. Land far, far away. It's called Addis Ababa. Baby's a land far, far away. It's called Addis Ababa. The ruler of that land, which is far away, his name is King Selassie, King of kings and Lord of lords. The ruler of that land, which is in the east, his name is King Selassie. When I say it, there is a land far, far away. It's called Addis Ababa. There is a land far, far away. It's called Addis Ababa. Sure.
Okay, so this is another one by Culture, Joseph Hill. Addis Ababa. Kojo, you say you love this song. It's
I just love it.
It's World Reggae Day.
Yeah, this song just talks about a very utopian environment in Addis Ababa, with a ruler respected for doing the right things, with a land flowing with milk and honey, with a Nile flowing through. It's one of the wonders of the world. The Ark of Covenant and all those things. So I love it, and I'm a Joseph, so definitely Joseph Hill's Addis Ababa is a song I'd love. I dance to it and I reflect on it, and I ask myself if Ghana could be, or if Accra could be, the Addis Ababa sung about in this song. But then you look around you, and you look around years of talk with little progress. Sometimes people tell us that we complain about Ghana too much, and that if we reflect deeper, we would see that there's been some progress. But then what's the opportunity cost of the progress we are seeing, and what could have been? You understand? In the year 2014, I was sent the draft National Infrastructure Plan, which the NDPC then was working on. Look, the kind of things we have told ourselves we will do, or we must do, or we need to do, that end up just being talk. And the kind of things that I expect us as a people to do that we don't do. For example, this Ghana Meteo warning for the year. Practically, when they released their weather forecast for the year and said all the things we needed to do, it should have been treated with priority, like a national security concern. Because they told us it was going to flood, people would lose their homes, people would lose lives. It was going to flood, agri could be affected. It was going to flood, our roads would be washed away. It was going to flood, this will happen, that will happen, that will happen. I don't know if we would ever get to see cabinet minutes or meetings of the various ministries and agencies, their reflections and their planning on these things, to know what we as a people, entrusted them with authority, are getting from the work we've given them and the authority we've given them.
Kojo, you've raised very important points. But you see, this morning, I want us to do something also. 2 days after the devastating floods swept through parts of Accra, hundreds of victims are forced to spend nights without proper shelter as they wait for emergency support from authorities. Now, the floods triggered by hours of torrential rainfall have affected close to 8,000 households and displaced about 38,000 people and claimed at least 12 lives. At Alajo in Accra, affected residents say they have been left stranded with nowhere to sleep. My colleague Collins Frimpong visited some of these victims at Alajo and has come through with his reports.
For many residents of Alajo and other flood-hit communities in Accra, the nightmare did not end when the flood waters began to recede. 2 days after torrential rains unleashed one of the capital's devastating floods in recent times, thousands of families are forced to pass the night without proper shelter.
Yesterday, we were supported by some neighbors whose building have not been collapsed. So they helped us we were in numbers, so we divided ourselves. So we slept with them yesterday.
Obi Krampona, Basilba, when you could winning, I obedient Esra, Namaya, one Munka Krama Menkola. One wanted away. Obi Krampona, the Brahmins, Nameshe. The Alurano Krampoya, CMP and CO, young women Salachino. The Amesha Krampoya, Tadia Papa Bia.
For children barely 3 years old, the aftermath of the floods has become a fight for comfort and safety. With homes destroyed and families displaced, some young children are now forced to spend cold nights in open spaces, exposed to harsh weather conditions as their parents search for shelter. We school, no school.
Actually,
na no school.
Actually,
Aden.
Actually, school uniform now for.
School uniform now for. I am a student, but I didn't go to school. I have lost all my clothes, including my uniforms, to the flood. For yesterday, I slept at my auntie's place, and I intend to sleep there today as well.
Yeah, me nyama never inside until nyama need to me nyendra.
It's a infant now dying.
Me ko da me auntie o. Awichira.
It's a 1 hour crocodile. All right. Sorry.
Kojo, that's the situation of persons affected by the floods. Now, we're told that 300 million or 350 million cedis, the president has directed the release of funds. The GMET warned us that this was going to happen. NADMO, National Disaster Management Organization. What did they do? What plans do they have for these people? Because you see, it's two things. If you do the right thing, you know you're not going to experience flooding. If you don't do what you're asked to do, it means that you would experience floods. So if you're going to experience floods, what did we put in place to ensure that the right things are done?
So on disaster risk management, for example, this is what GMET's advisory basically directed us to do, right? That pre-onset rains in January, February 2026, driven by anomalies, the Madden-Julian oscillation, ITC, the intertropical zone movement, whatever, have already caused localized flooding across southern Ghana. Above normal rainfall projected along the east coast, including Accra, Tema, Cape Coast, Sopon, Asamankese, Achimoda, Koforidua, and Kade during April to June, elevating flood risks. NADMO must pre-position emergency response resources in high-risk and flood-prone districts before the April to June peak period. Was that done? NADMO must pre-position emergency response resources. We should activate district-level disaster risk reduction plans and place response teams on heightened alert ahead of anticipated peak rainfall. Was that done? For example, those in the Teshi, the Chado people, what district are they in?
Chado is Ladadikotopon.
Did the Ladadikotopon district do this and prepare for this? Such that when it's flooded, it had to take 48 engineers and other people to come and figure it out. But if the assembly had planned for it and they had found rescue boats and packed them somewhere, that's all part of the planning. Or I'm going ahead of myself. Am I?
Not at all.
Now, we should coordinate proactive evacuations of communities in identified flood-prone and flash flood risk zones before flooding occurs. Did we do that? And we should establish and widely publicize community level early warning communication channels for emergency alerts throughout the season. Let me use my area for example. I live in the Adentan constituency. I use the Nanakrom Road, what do you call it? The Police City Road to the SGMC roundabout through Ridgeview Estates, or is it the Yvonne Nelson's former estate, that very popular estate, Red Row Estates, to Macarios to Nanakrom Junction. It floods these days whenever it rains. But I've not had any official communication coming from anybody to say that residents of this area, when you see rain, don't use this road. We've worked on these alternative routes for you. And when, for any reason, you get on that stretch and you're in trouble, this is a number to call.
You see, I hear the coordinator of the guide project. So the early warning signals, we are piloting. Look, I'll tell you one thing. The telcos have our numbers. If they liaise with the telcos, you know what's going to happen? Once there's a signal, it doesn't matter where you just blast it, share it. If you check it and it concerns you, you know what to do. For instance, this is Ghana. They would say, oh, we need to check that where people are before we send. No, you just send it. This one, Ghanaians will not be angry because it's a warning. And nobody knows where you're going to go tomorrow. Okay? Let me share this one from Culture. He has a say on what is happening.
Hold not thy peace, O God of my salvation, because the mouth of the wicked under the sea is open. Come with I. Rastaman throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Out up in foot dread, and the man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Only when man like Marcus Garvey speak, wicked men would I hear. You know here. Instead of that, they only sit aside and rob and cheat and oppress the poor. May God, what a sin thing. I been get throw one stone, and it bring about the feelings to all wicked men. What a plot, bingy man throw one stone, and it bring about the feelings to all wicked men. If Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see the days when them can send out Rasta, can't send I send out Babylon. Bingy man throw one stone, and it bring about the feeling to all wicked men. What?
That's live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Let me say good morning to David Edwafo, who is managing director of Labadi Beach Hotel. He's enjoying, the reggae songs. But, Kojo...
This reggae will go with very hot breakfast from Labadi this morning. Me, I've not said anything.
You've not said anything.
The breakfast will be pepper for entire.
But, Kojo, the Ministry of Interior sent a message on Monday. Important alert. With the long hours of continuous rain, several areas are experiencing severe flooding. Please stay indoors if you are in a safe location. Do not attempt to cross flooded roads, whether on foot or in a vehicle. In case of emergency, call 112, and they added other numbers. So, they could have done this. I received one from the Ministry of Health that says, after the Accra floods, protect your family from disease. Boil or treat drinking water. Wash hands with soap and clean water often. Don't walk in flood water. Clear standing water and sleep under an insecticide-treated nets.
This is coming at the right time, the Ministry of Health message.
Yes.
Because one thing we all fear is cholera and other diseases.
It says diarrhea or fever, take ORS and visit a clinic early.
But let's also put the ISD. Recently, we bought a lot of vehicles for ISD, right? Let's put them out in the communities. Yeah. Let them go and start dealing with people. Let's work with the local radio stations. Let's put people on these radio stations to educate people. But importantly, Charlie, Ghana must be a serious country, for the want of any better expression. In this modern world where technology is available and affordable, where technology has not been captured by a few countries, especially the technology we need to be able to predict these things, warn people, and plan accordingly. These things should not happen. And for me, I always say that God is the ultimate engineer, and He created us in His image. When you read the book of Genesis, for those of us who are Christians, He separated the water from the land. It was an engineering function. And we are also told that He's created us in His image. He's given us brains. He's given us knowledge and resources. But this country, we never are able to plan and prepare for anything and deliver anything. Look across the scope when it comes to our nation building. Every aspect of our nation building has problems that our forebears will wake up right now and laugh at us. That in the face of all the technology and all the new knowledge, these problems still persist in our lives. How can 30 people die within a week or two from flooding within this country? How should this happen? We don't know how to build. We don't know how to demolish. We don't know how to even warn people. And we're a 70-year-old country, a country which is 10 years past its retirement.
Kojo Kuku in Chado says, hello Joy FM. I am a resident in Chado. We have not received any help. We need ECG to come and check on falling ECG poles around Safari homes. We need drip and NADMO. And that's a sad one.
And talking about drip, first drip I followed was in 2014. 2014, President Muhammad then was president. Neil Ante van der Poel was at Ministry of Local Government. We bought machines and we said we're going to distribute them across the country. And I can tell you that, Winston, if we go around the country, the first set of drip machines here in Huba Akupo, We bought another set of drip machines. Back then it wasn't drip, but it was renamed drip under MPP. We've packed machines and little things we have to do. We were unable to do it. But somebody decided that we will spend the taxpayers' money to procure these machines and pack them and not deliver on the promise. And we're happy about that. We should be sacking people, we should be prosecuting people, and people should be apologizing to Ghanaians and not be explaining the problems.
Indeed.
My God is riding. My God is riding on the wall. Rastafari is riding. He's riding on the wall. Whatever you do and whatever you say, yeah. My God is riding on the wall. Giants, riding on the wall. The chances you take and the mistakes you make. My God is riding on the wall. How fast you go and how fast you break. My God is riding on the wall. Hear what I'm saying? My God is.
And of course, our God is writing on the wall. We are writing the names of all wrongdoers, okay? And at the right time, they'll be punished. But look, it's day 2 after the floods, and the water level has gone down, it's receded. So how are you really doing this morning? What's your current situation? How are you doing this morning? Share it with us here on the Super Morning Show. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS. And then on WhatsApp, 055 1111 997.
Riding on the wall. Hear what I'm saying? My God.
Papa John Fia, engineer Papa John Fia. I know you love this song by Culture, so enjoy it, my brother. But I'm sure you've heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies Kojo. If you haven't, let me tell you about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power, because the additive enriched fuel with its powerful 3-in-1 action cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effects of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. Tell you drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies. Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality.
And Franco is your leading mobile phone accessories and electronic retail outlets. Purchase items such as Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, smart TVs, Franco air conditioners, chest freezers, and a whole lot more from them. If you need CCTV cameras as well, you can get them at Franco. And you get 40% discount on prices on all their digital platforms. If you don't have the Franco app, download it on the Google Play Store. Franco, that's the name of the app. Or go to francotrading.com to shop. You can call them on 0246 422 Franco, still, phone Papa Pafi.
And if you're planning for a trip abroad, don't wait until you're stranded in a foreign country. Get covered with Glyco travel insurance before you fly. From medical emergencies and flight delays to lost luggage, Glyco has you covered every step of the way. Visit any Glyco Live branch or call 0555 305 547. Visit any Travel Smart, Travel Protected. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
And if you need a solar system that works round the clock for you and is affordable with flexible payment options, you should talk to Translight Solar today. With Translight Solar, you enjoy consistent, reliable power every single day. No interruptions, no surprises. And you can fix your solar starting at 34,000 Ghana cedis with flexible payment options. So call Translight 0242 438 746 0242 438 746 or visit translightsolar.com. Translight Solar, reliable power, total peace of mind.
Your salary deserves better, so switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy amazing benefits, lower interest rates, higher loan amounts, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. It's time to switch and smile wider with Fidelity Bank. To learn more, call them on 0800 003355 or visit fidelitybank.com.gh or connect with them on social media at Fidelity Bank GH. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
And there's something excellent happening when it comes to transportation. If you are taking any intercity rides, you need to get the Oya Bus Ride app. You can book your trip from your phone, choose your preferred seat, select your pickup location, track your journey, and even monitor driver behavior for added peace of mind with the Oya Bus Ride app. It's the same as booking a flight, just that this time you have a very nice bus on the road taking you from Accra to Kumasi and other places. So get the Oya Bus Ride app on the Google Play Store or the App Store today and discover how your journey should begin on your phone. Oya Bus Ride, no giddy giddy. Oya, let's go.
And you know, from now to the end of October 2026, a Bank of Africa is, actually offering short-term loans at very slim rates to salaried workers. Now they understand you have urgent needs to sort out, and that's why they give you that quick turnaround time. So whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that much deserved family vacation, Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at boaghana.com to sign up. You may also WhatsApp 0244338226 for inquiries. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner. And one of the things you can do as an individual is to store water at home when it rains to prevent the quantity of water that flows into our drains. So if you want to store water well, and the rainy season is a good time to store water, free water from God, go get your Syntex tank. Okay, it's a tank which is strong, it's durable, rain or shine, it has your back. So if you don't have a Syntex tank, go and get it. Get one. Make sure you get the plumbers to come and connect your roof properly to the Syntex tank, and you store water in the rainy season to reduce the runoff, and then in the dry season to Ghana Water will give you water in your store, so you have water all year round from Syntex. They have 400 agents nationwide, and you can call them on 0244335168. You can also shop online, syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, are you strong, are you tough?
Kojo, I've just received a message that says that the pothole that was filled at the TT junction on the Dawenya to Accra road has been washed away by
so BBR also happened to it.
We need to get the contractors back there. You need to do it very well for the people. This is not negotiable.
The Obojo about, they've gone to pour something there thinking that they have solved the problem. It's rain, no, it is going. The Chimota overpass, as so they pour something there, it rained one, it washed off. They've brought it again, spread it, it will rain again, it will wash off.
But if you are a pensioner, a SNIT pensioner, you know that you can now engage a qualified health care professional from the comfort of your home. SNIT, in partnership with the Trust Hospital and the National Health Insurance Authority, has introduced the SNIT telehealth service to provide convenient access to healthcare for pensioners. With this service, pensioners can consult a doctor or healthcare professional remotely for medical advice, routine health concerns, and follow-up care without the stress of traveling to a hospital. To access the service, simply dial the toll-free number 0800 877 555 and speak to a qualified healthcare professional now. Take advantage of this innovative service designed to support your health and well-being. SNIT telehealth service, quality healthcare at your convenience. We'll return with birthday messages and sports here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
30 years ago, MTN arrived in Ghana and everything changed. Now, to celebrate 30 years, we are giving back big time. The MTN at 30 promo is here. 9 Toyota Land Cruiser Prados to be won. Over 10 million Ghana cedis in rewards, plus so much more. Connect to your everyday hustle on MTN. Make video calls. Browse the internet for business with family and friends. Connect your home to MTN Fiber. Make that money move on Momo and stay ahead because every move counts. Ghana, let's celebrate 30 years of MTN with the MTN at 30 promo. Use more MTN services, build more points, and win big. Dial *530# or visit the My MTN app for more.
For 130 years, Standard Chartered has been there for Ghana and for you, supporting your financial aspirations and driving your business ambitions, opening doors to new possibilities, turning small dreams into big realities, and bringing banking to the palm of your hands. For 130 years, we have been there.
Can be said of Western North, where in Samraboy we had a number of communities that were sunk. In fact, we had in excess of over 1,200 persons that were displaced in the Samraboy and its environs.
We are here. The leaders, 5 year. At least, members should have copies of this ministerial statement. Mr. Speaker, at a point, the minister delved into politics. He moved away from whatever formal statement and was now raising very controversial issues. So he should make available the copy of the statement which was approved by you. Let us have printed copies, or even soft copies should be put on the console, so that members who want to contribute will properly anchor their submissions. We don't want situations where you would come and say you didn't say this and somebody is misconstruing you. So make it available. Mr. Speaker, you have always been insisting on the rules. But if a cabinet minister decides to take the law into his own hands, Mr. Speaker, the entire House will be watching the pronouncement that will come out from the presiding officer. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we can excuse the Minority Leader for all the things that he has said, because he was late. He came into this chamber after we had commenced proceedings, and he came much after we had sought your permission in the absence of a formal written statement, given the exigencies of the times, for the minister to make a statement to the House. A statement need not be written. A statement need not be written. But in any case, the Speaker dispensed with those requirements and granted the minister the permission. And I expressly stated when making the application to the minister that the statement was not ready. I made that statement. That it
Frank Inti, aka Jojo. Jojo, happy birthday to you. May all the things you wish to have in your life come to you. Every dream, every hope, every aspiration, may you get it. Importantly, may somebody buy you a new car by your next birthday. You can drive to work when it rains, because the day it rained, you couldn't come to work. Yes, so if you have a spare pickup, slightly brand new, you just bring it and let us give it to Jojo.
Jojo, the card is very, very important. So happy birthday once again. Which means we can get into the sports center. It's proudly brought to us by
MTN.
Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go seamless today. Standard Chartered Bank.
Here for good.
DSTV, you know the biggest football tournament is here, and DSTV is giving you front row seats to all the action live. It's the FIFA World Cup 2026, and at that time when everything can wait, even sleep can wait, DSTV, your home of entertainment and high sense everyday prices for everyday people.
Let me tell you about Standard Chartered. For 130 years they've been with us. If you're looking for that banking partner that has years of experience, the right systems to help you scale and grow, it is Standard Chartered. And as always, we believe that we can achieve more together by partnering together. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And you know, MTN has just brought the prices down and speeds up on MTN Fiber for home, and your whole household is about to feel it. Movie nights that don't buffer, school assignments that submit on time, work calls that don't drop, and your side hustle running smooth in the background. 3 unlimited speed tiers, one amazing network. Now you can enjoy 100 megabytes per second for 299 cedis and 300 megabytes per second for 444 and 500 megabytes per second for 999, all per month. Pick what fits your home. No data caps, no slowdowns, just fiber built for real life. MTN Fiber for home. Your speed, your home, your choice. Only MTN everywhere you go.
And Hisense has joined forces with MTN Ghana and DSTV to bring you special World Cup packages when you buy selected Hisense models. It's a total win-win-win for everyone. So visit any authorized Hisense showroom nationwide and discover these exciting World Cup offers for yourself. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. You can go to their website, hisense.com.gh. My brother Muftau is here. Mufti, what's up?
I'm wondering when your mother gave birth to me for me to become your brother.
Oh, but we are all humans in the kingdom Animalia, phylum Chordata. We are brothers. We share similar characteristics. We shouldn't come from the same womb to be brothers.
The fact is that I formatted my biology after leaving secondary school. So whatever it you are mentioning, do not sit in my ears. Good morning and welcome to the Joy Sports Center with me, Muftaro Nabila Abla, and we begin from New Jersey. We'll be hearing from my colleague Victor Achitomaklo, who has visited the Black Stars training ground, and he has an update for us in relation to the fitness of Antoine Semenyo after watching the Black Stars training session.
So we just observed the Black Stars training session, the part of which was open to the media. 15 minutes of it here at the Bryant University, where the team has been training for the time that it spent here in Rhode Island. The first point of contact has to be Antoine Semenyo, who conspicuously missing from the first 15 minutes of that training session. He took no part in it. And I'm not surprised, because yesterday when I went to the team hotel, I was told that he had been informed by the medics not to engage in any strenuous or stressful activity as a precaution. So while he was not deemed injured or immobile, if you like, the word from the medics was that with the game being so close, there was no need to put his ankle under any stress. Remember, he picked up that knock in the final game against Croatia. And so yesterday, while his teammates had a day off and they were riding around on scooters, on bicycles, some spent time with their family, stepped out into town to get a feel of the city. Semenyo was confined to the team hotel, even though we're told it was not any serious injury. Now we've come here, we've not seen him for the first 15 minutes of the training session. We'll see how things develop between now and the next 2 days. The two other players who had injury concerns, Lawrence Atizigi, he looks okay, he looks fine, trained with the team. Jonas Ajete, Jerome Opoku, who a lot of people were concerned about. All of them appear to be very fit and okay, and have been training with the team here at the Bryant University. That is the situation with the rest of the squad. There are no other injury concerns for us to be too worried about. But we're told this will be the team's last training session here at the Bryant University as they fly out to Kansas City in the state of Missouri for that game on Friday against Colombia. From the Bryant University, Victor Achitomaklo for Joy Sports.
That game is happening on Saturday in Ghana, on Friday in the US. That is Victor Achitomaklo's report. He also spoke to the communications director of the Ghana Football Association, Henry Asante-Chum, about the injury situations in the team.
Yes, Jerome has been working on his own. Today he is back on the turf, which is very positive. Jonas has also been working on his own. He's back on the turf. It's also very, very positive. Antoine is also back. Hopefully all of them will have the integration and should be fine for the game on Friday.
Yeah, Atizigi, I saw him out there. He looks fine. Are we now beyond the precautionary stage and he eligible for selection again?
He's always been in contention, just that the coaches decided to go with Benjamin Asare. Mm-hmm. I'm sure after the game against England, following his exploits, they decided to keep faith in him. But Lawrence is available. He's very sharp in training, looks very calm, looks very good. He also brings different dynamics.
Henry Asante-Chum, a communication director of the Ghana Football Association there. Now, government announced on Monday that it has ended its ticket support for fans who want to watch the Black Stars against Colombia. Though fans are appealing for support to be in the stands to support the national team, the GFA says they cannot assist.
So, yes, the issue you raised is a major concern. The ministry have been supporting Ghanaian fans to watch the matches through the benevolence of Ghanaians and other companies who contributed to fly fans to America. The truth is that the arrangements they made for this tournament ended after the Croatia game stage. So if there is anything else to be done, then it means they must go into fresh negotiations with companies and individuals to support them to still purchase tickets for the next stage of the competition. It is what it is. As an FA, we can't do much because those arrangements were done by the state. Yeah. We can only suggest, but we cannot, influence those decisions, especially when the minister has gone ahead to announce that the support system has ended.
Quite an interesting one. The government of Ghana had said they are going to raise $30 million for Ghanaians to support the national team. I'm wondering if that money is finished. Now, let's hear from the sports minister, Kofi Adams. Though fans will not be in the stadium to support the team, he is convinced that the senior national team is still in contention to be able to win the FIFA World Cup.
When we started, we were 48.
Yeah, no, we were in the
we were confident that we are also chasing the trophy. Now the numbers have been reduced by 16 out, and 32 are going to the next round. We still think that we are heading towards clinching the trophy. Some have started falling out, and I know we will be part of the 16 who will continue to chase.
Yes, Ghana is a part of the 16 and will continue to chase. That's per Sports Minister Kofi Adams. Defender General Sajete has been integral in Ghana's progression to around 32, but says he had to overcome objection from his mother to become a professional footballer.
Always like this, you need to snake and then you have a taste of football because she was also an athlete at 12 and then she had experienced a lot of heartbreaks, like not getting someone to support her and things like this, so she wasn't in support of me being a sportsman. So I had to engage some people to have a word with her to let me give it a try to see if things works out, and then by His grace, I'm here.
Yeah, Jonas Ajete likely to be in action against Colombia when the Black Stars line up for the round of 32 game on a Saturday dawn at 1:30 a.m. The Black Stars will be in action on that day. However, some countries have already played. One of them is France, led by Kylian Mbappe. He fired them into the World Cup last 16 with a brilliant brace in a dominant 3-0 win over Sweden. The French captain took his World Cup final goal tally to 18 goals, just one behind Lionel Messi, reaching the mark of 18 in only 18 matches. France could have scored far more and now face Paraguay in the round of 16. Sweden boss Graham Potter considered that even a perfect game might have not been enough to topple the two-time world champions.
Well, the better team won. Congratulations to France. I thought in terms of the game, we had to be perfect. And even if we were, I'm not sure that would have been enough, if I'm brutally honest. But nevertheless, like I said, we got pushed back quite a bit. And whilst I have no complaints to the players whatsoever. I said to them after the game, I don't think it's a disgrace to lose to France. They were the better team and they've got some high-level players.
Meanwhile, Ivory Coast's journey in the World Cup has come to an end. Erling Haaland shattered their hearts yesterday with an 86th-minute winner that sent his side into the last 16 with a 2-1 victory at the Dallas Stadium. Haaland's fifth goal of the tournament sealed Norway's progression. Amad Diallo had cancelled at Anton Nusser's 39th minute opener, but Haaland tapped in the winner to settle the tie. Cote d'Ivoire are the second African team to be eliminated in the round of 32 after South Africa. Norway face Brazil in New York on a Sunday. Elsewhere, Mexico ended a 40-year wait for a World Cup knockout victory as first half goals from Julian Quinos and Raul Jimenez secured a 2-0 win over Ecuador, sending the co-hosts into the last 16 amid euphoric scenes at a reckoning Access Stadium. Ecuador's Piero Hancape became the second player at the 2026 World Cup to be dismissed for covering his mouth while confronting an opponent. And also at 4 p.m. today, England face DR Congo in Atlanta in Dia round of 32 tie. This game will be live on Joy Prime. This will be their first meeting, and England boss Thomas Tuchel is worried of the threat of the Congolese.
I think we're facing a very, very compact, very physical team, a well-drilled team in a expectedly 5-3-2 formation, sometimes a 5-diamond-4 formation, especially with the ball, but off the ball a 5-3-2, compact block, disciplined defending, change between high press and low block, very devoted, very disciplined, well-drilled, very dangerous in counterattacks.
Thomas Tuchel is the manager of the English national team, the Three Lions. That game will be live on Joy Prime at 4 p.m. We start build-up at 3 p.m. Coach Christopher Nimley and David Akam will be joining me on set. At 8 p.m., Belgium are also up against Senegal. And also in tennis, Serena Williams, she's back in the news. She came close to a sensational comeback win on her Wimbledon return before now losing an epic 3-setter to Maya Joint. 4 years ago, the American great waved what many thought would be a final goodbye to center court after first round loss to France Harmony Tan. Winston, welcome. How are you?
Well, God is still taking care of his children. How about you?
Alhamdulillah.
Great. So Serena Williams, she doesn't want to retire.
Maybe when you love something, it's difficult to walk away from it. Yeah, it's really difficult. Because how would you explain it? Mayweather, remember how many times Mayweather has been back to fight? Remember how many times?
That's a money problem.
Wow. What about Tyson Fury?
Tyson Fury, I thought, was young when he retired. He had drug issues, so that explained it at the time.
Yeah.
But it's okay, he came back. I'm not sure for him it's money. Money also played a role. But as for Mayweather, it's money.
Ronaldinho recently signed a deal. He's also coming back to play football.
Money.
Okay. What about Serena? Is it money?
No.
So it's about the love for the sport.
Serena is just the record.
It's the love for the sport.
Oh, it's the record. She needs that record badly. You know.
Will she get it?
I'm not sure.
Is it possible?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Anyway, Mufta Bakam, before you go, come. England plays today.
Yeah, tonight.
What's your prediction?
I expect DR Congo to frustrate them, but England will find a way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I expect DR Congo to win.
That would be an incredible story.
I want that
to be told.
Story.
Yeah, the underdog delight.
Yeah, I actually want that incredible story. Yeah.
You want the 3 Lions sent home?
Out.
What crime have they committed against you?
They don't need to commit any crime against me. We saw we saw Netherlands being beaten by Morocco. We saw Germany also losing out to Paraguay, and so it's normal.
Paraguay, they've always found a way to disturb the big boys. So this one, it is quite normal.
Will disturb the big boys, and they are disturbing.
No. I know within the game, DR Congo will frustrate the English, but I expect them to find a way. They should be able to find a way in this contest.
If penalties, England will be out. You know why? During the penalty shootout, the pressure is always on the big boys.
Even within the game, the big boys easily get frustrated if they are not able to find a way. But I'm sure they'll find a way against DR Congo.
Mbappe got another brace.
Yeah, he got another brace. For whatever reason, this World Cup appears to be a competition between Mbappe, Haaland, and Messi. Messi has scored 6. Mbappe has scored 6.
Yeah.
Haaland has scored 5.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Ronaldo?
Oh, Ronaldo has actually told all of us that he's always there. He's always there, but it's late. He comes in late. Ronaldo, what's the highest number of goals he scored in a World Cup? I think 3 or so.
3 goals.
Yeah. So he's Mr. Hagler. Please let Mufta breathe. Anyway, still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Time now for the Business Minute, and it is brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. From today, consumers are expected to enjoy one of the biggest fuel price reductions in recent months, according to projections by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. Meanwhile, businesses will pay more for utilities as new third-quarter tariffs take effect, with electricity increasing by 3.49% and water by 0.85%. The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission says service providers have been directed to implement only the approved rates. The Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry is warning that the recent flooding in parts of the metropolis could trigger shortages and higher prices of some goods, citing damage to warehouse stocks and disruptions to supply caused by poor road conditions. And US President Donald Trump has disclosed earning more than $1 billion last year, with a significant share coming from cryptocurrency-related business ventures. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And Anointed Engineering Services Limited, now they're into the sales of ultra-silent fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. Their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tar lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide are into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator experts. And let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Number 10, liver salt, a refreshing relief, and cowbell coffee with you every moment. So it's 2 days after the floods, and we're asking, how are you coping? How's everything? Are you okay? What's the situation where you find yourself currently?
And EcoBank knows how money moves in Ghana. And so if you want to work with a company that understands how money moves, it should be EcoBank. You know, money is more than a transaction, right? It's people supporting people, families helping families, and communities moving forward together. That's why there's EcoBank, a bank built for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money, with one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries. EcoBank digital platforms connects people, businesses, and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. So you can use the USSD *770#. You can use EcoBank online, EcoBank ATMs nationwide, the EcoBank mobile app, and transfer money, pay bills, access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere. EcoBank is a Pan-African bank.
So this message, okay, says that, and this is a cry for help, Spinters Road. So I'm pleading with you to use your platform to draw the urgent attention of the authorities to a very dangerous section on the Spinters Road. There's a massive pothole that has now become like an open manhole on the main Spinters Road directly in front of Fidelity Bank and Frankie's Fast Food. What started as a small pothole has become a death trap. Last night, I witnessed a lady's vehicle get trapped in it, with the people struggling in the middle of the road to help her pull her car out. I have personally been a victim as well. Every day, countless motorists are forced to swerve suddenly to avoid it, putting themselves and other road users at risk. It's only a matter of time before this results in a very serious accident or loss of life. This is one of the busiest routes in Accra. Thousands of people use it every single day. It's difficult to believe that no government official has noticed it. Even the residence of the Inspector General of Police is not far from that stretch of road. Must someone lose their life before this is fixed? Please, on behalf of the many commuters, workers, and school children and residents who use the Spinters Road daily, I respectfully appeal to the Ministry of Roads and Highways and all relevant authorities to treat this as an emergency. We pay our taxes. We deserve safe roads. Please help us amplify our cry before another innocent person pays the price, Kojo. And this is on the Spinters Road, around Frankie's.
Yeah. Have you also noticed that almost all the major roads in Accra, the potholes are coming up? Like every day there's a new pothole we discover. Have you noticed that? Mm-hmm. I also don't know whether we really do quality assurance when it comes to infrastructure delivery, especially our roads. Because I don't understand why a road will be constructed, the finishing will be done, and within one rainy season, we see almost everything going bad. So when we give out those contracts and we send the technocrats to go and inspect and approve, what do they look out for? How do they test for quality? Because, Winston, I don't get it. Like, you can't drive a proper 1 kilometer within Accra and most parts of Ghana without encountering potholes. You cannot drive a proper 1 kilometer. And sometimes when the potholes appear, you think that we are seeing and fixing, so that we fix them before they expand into gullies. But we just leave them, sir. Why? Why? And why? Simple things. Simple things. You cannot drive, you cannot get in a car without a bump. In fact, I saw a post on Facebook earlier this morning, and it's basically summed up the kind of country we live in. Basically, you sit in churches that are not moving, and there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of heat, there's a lot of everything that is not working. Meanwhile, people get paid for the supposed work.
You know, I've just received further information on that, and I'm told that, look, these potholes are actually in front of IGP Yohunu's residence. It's gaping and causes so much traffic at that section. This must be fixed.
It must be fixed.
It must be done urgently. But on big stories this morning here on the Super Morning Show, we're back in town. We're monitoring 2 days after the floods, what the situation is here on the Super Morning Show. We'll also be telling you more about the parametric, flood insurance. Yesterday we asked questions. We reached out to our sources at the Ministry of Finance, and they've responded. So we're going to be sharing that with you. Big stories brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies and Cowbell Coffee, with you every moment.
And if you want the Telecel fixed broadband at home, you need to make that decision now, and you need to get it. You know why? They are guaranteeing high speeds for you, non-expiry bundles, and up to 40% more data at the same price. The Telecel fixed broadband is connecting your homes and businesses to more. No need to worry about your data expiring again. You get to browse till your data is exhausted. You also get a free fixed line and free calls at home when you subscribe to the Telecel fixed broadband. The data move also allows you to connect up to 4 devices, so you can keep browsing on the go. So subscribe to the Telecel fixed broadband at telecel.com, or download the Telecel Play app, or visit a Telecel retail shop today to subscribe to the Telecel fixed broadband. Telecel Connecting Energies.
And if you're planning for the future, it begins with the decisions you make today. So save and invest early with EDC to build wealth and retire comfortably. One clear sign of financial growth is when your money starts working for you through steady returns and long-term wealth creation. With EDC, you get professional fund management, flexible investment options, the potential for higher returns than ordinary savings, and financial security for retirement and future goals. Your financial independence is possible with EDC. Sign up today. For inquiries, call 0302-610-400 or WhatsApp 0509-268-414. Stay with us when we return after these messages. Our reporters are in Accra finding out what the situation is 2 days after the floods here on the Super Morning Show. And also, we're asking you, and later on we'll activate the phone lines to know how you're feeling 2 days after the floods.
But the matter is so urgent that he should grant leave for the minister to make the statement. And he did grant leave for the minister to make statement.
Now, a public health emergency in the making. Flooding of this scale carries a public health dimension that cannot be left unaddressed. And our respected colleague, Nana Ayu Efriye, raised this on the House floor. Stagnant flood water mixed with uncollected refuse and overflowing sanitation facilities create conditions for the rapid spread of communicable diseases, including cholera, typhoid, and other waterborne and vector-borne illnesses. The minority is therefore pressing for an urgent and substantive briefing to this House by the Minister for Health, setting out precisely what steps are being taken to monitor affected communities for early signs of disease outbreak, what emergency sanitation, clean water, and medical supplies have been deployed to flood-hit areas, and what surveillance and rapid response systems are in place should an outbreak occur. This briefing must happen without delay. The country cannot afford a public health crisis compounding a disaster that was itself avoidable. Yesterday's flooding is the clearest evidence that this task force produced no meaningful intervention on the ground. If serious drainage works, the silting of flood mitigation infrastructure had been undertaken, the impact of the rains, however heavy, would have been measurably reduced. Instead, entire neighborhoods went underwater, exposing the gap between government rhetoric and government delivery. The minority is calling on this House to establish a parliamentary committee specifically mandated to investigate the conduct of the Flood Preparedness Task Force and the relevant government ministries and agencies in the lead up to this disaster. That inquiry must establish what work, if any, the task force undertook since its establishment, what funds were allocated to it, and how they were spent, what specific mitigation measures were planned and implemented, and why none of this prevented or meaningfully reduced the impact of foreseeable seasonal flooding. Those found responsible for negligence or dereliction of duty must be held accountable. Pending the outcome of this inquiry, the minority demands that all members of the task force step aside from their roles. This is not a presumption of guilt. It is a basic standard accountability that any institution facing serious questions over its conduct should observe, so that the investigation can proceed without interference, and so that those under scrutiny are not left to oversee the very response to a crisis their own inaction may have worsened. Now, a public health emergency in the making. Flooding of this scale carries a public health dimension that cannot be left unaddressed. And our respected colleague, Nana Ayu Efriye, raised this on the House floor. Stagnant flood water mixed with uncollected refuse and overflowing sanitation facilities create conditions for the rapid spread of communicable diseases, including cholera, typhoid, and other waterborne and vector-borne illnesses. The minority is therefore pressing for an urgent and substantive briefing to this House by the Minister for Health, setting out precisely what steps are being taken to monitor affected communities for early signs of disease outbreak, what emergency sanitation, clean water, and medical supplies have been deployed to flood-hit areas, and what surveillance and rapid response systems are in place should an outbreak occur. This briefing must happen without delay. The country cannot afford a public health crisis compounding a disaster that was itself avoidable.
All live on Joy News, so and I Joy Prime. Me who say ono aduane situation it say.
Anya easy. Obi krampo na basilba we ni krupato we ni nyina ayo obi de na yesra na me ya anwa mu kakra ma me nkola. We won tare we. Obi krampo na de bra me na me hye. De alura no krampo ya CMP nsio ye wura masalachi no. De me hye krampo anya tare papa bia. Wow, mienfa pim MP yesese ye dam ni nyina ada ya nyama no so. Omo nim kwa na mbafa so ye nyama no. Nti mo PSC aye me de mo ba kwa na mo kwahwe
yanko na kwachre but obetimi nti yanko emra ye kwa na wo kwachre de we a edan no esitie no wo dan na wo dem no ani de we a eniyoma no esiase afa no ehefa na nra akra wo dae ene na ehefa na opese wo beda
o si yanko na won hwe nti aye anyenzi alua masalachi na ye nyina da alua masalachi na ya da anyenzi dem ni
nti ehefa na ne wo beda
ane masalachi na ba sanda masalachi we alua ye nyina ye so obi ampie masalachi na ya wure won atare obi na de mam na me hye nti won menyama ne nyina wom hwi memfa
right so some
de menim de mba yepo alura no meka na kro nyame anim metna maton so saa na de akimi bi mba fam metia kwahye menim kra
sese no enne no edan we edan nu aye hu yi eye dan anamudem
ye dem
mo ne manso
ne wom ye nyama hwi yamfa ye nim de ye betima fa
ede nim won TV na eda wo hono
ye nim de kwan na ba fa wa hu se e wolu bi wa ha obi asuro so mu bi o mo baboa ya abasa anto no tin so hwi yamfa ya nyama ne nyina wom yamfa hwi
na emra we ni sie no de we a asiese aye no na chese ebue na obi ani
satan na dia ya hu da nti ya nwanwa before see ebe wuna prekope na nsuo no fie we ayema na ya obia se ye obia mpia wura masalachi no na nsuo no start na e wura dam no nti we masalachi na ebe wonsu gbudum ni nyina gufom
me da say na ade answer na meja wa mako na me me sister yakasa adisrede be na obeto aban
anya izio di eba kan say on boy ya bompa ya senya yankopon on man aban awondi na on boy saba on boy dia ya ba ya ne dey sese and dia megina say no den na maye before krompo so maba yi sa nyama we den na mbetima fa.
Kojo Akoto Boateng, we've been talking about how much we've spent over the period on plans to deal with Accra's flooding. Well, Joy News Research has been, digging, and they've got the figures, and Anthony Menu is joining us in studio to tell us between 2000 to 2024, how much have we spent and on what? And first of all, what he would do is to explain to us, when you talk about Accra's, flooding problems, what constitutes these things? What are the things they believe play a major role in dealing with the flooding and associated sanitation challenges? Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
And how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic, actually.
We thank God for your life. So tell us, you've looked at these figures, but first of all, what did you look out first when it comes to dealing with Accra's flooding? What are the parameters that you used?
So we actually looked at this over a period of 20 years, right? And then we looked at Ghana's flood control. We looked at flood mitigation. We also looked at some urban water infrastructure. Things basically that can lead into flooding. These are the things that we looked at, and looked at projects that are actually related to that, and the amount that, or the international financing that we actually got as far as these projects are concerned. I think we're able to find a list of some 11 projects, and then we actually explained in an online article what these projects were, and then the respective amounts that were actually attached to these projects.
Okay. So tell us what these projects are and the amounts that were allocated as part of these projects, and what has happened to these projects.
So I'm going to take you through a few of these projects.
Okay.
I'll tell you what they were about, as well as the amount that were actually associated with them. So I'll start from 2000, where we had the community water and sanitation program. We actually got this from the World Bank. It was some $21.9 million US loan, actually. And then it was actually focused on demand-driven rural water and sanitation issues nationally. And it actually helped serve some 800,000 people at the end of the program in 2004. In 2004, we had a different project, which was the urban water project, was funded by the World Bank plus the Nordic Development Fund. This was some 120 million US credit slash grant a blend, which was also on a national case. That was what that project was about. Fast forward to 2006, we had the Accra Sewage Improvement Project, which was funded by the African Development Bank, some 68 million US loan, which was specifically for Accra here. It was for sewage network extension. It actually, at the end of the project, we actually saw some improvement from a 40% in Accra's sanitation assets to some 65 one. We will go to 2010, where we have the Sustainable Rural Water and Sanitation Project, also funded by the World Bank. It was a 75 million credit. It was a decentralization of rural water sanitation, a community led total sanitation promotion. Then in 2013, we have the Gamma, the first Gamma original project, the Gamma Sanitation and Water project, which was also by the World Bank. It was some 150 million grant focused on Greater Accra region, and it was for household toilets, water connection, drainage, inflow. As I said, we looked at drainage and water as well as far as the flood is concerned. Under this particular project, there were some additional funding in 2020 and in 2024, where we had a subsequent $125 million and a $30 million addition to this Gamma project. Now, the latest is the Garrett project, where initially we had some $200 million funding from the World Bank. It was specifically for Greater Accra region. It was a flood resilience project and drainage dredging of solid waste management for the Odo basin. So that's as well as some subsequent additional funding for the Garrett, which was some $150 million that came later.
So if I get you clearly, you looked at these things with a view that, okay, if there's anything that has to do with the drains, the sewage and all of that, these would go a long way in dealing with flooding.
Fantastic, exactly.
And so once they would go a long way in dealing with flooding, they've also contributed to our attempts at solving Accra's flooding.
That's it.
And all of this would amount to $990 million.
US dollars.
Okay. I don't know whether if you did that one, but so after all of this, you've talked about the community water and sanitation project, the fact that, it benefited some number of people. What about the others? I mean, what are the benefits? Because we spent a lot of money. What's there to show?
So, with respect to the Gamma, we saw, I think, it started in 2013. And I think the first original project ended in 2020. That's at the 31st December 2020. And then indication that we got from the 2021 population and housing census was that there was some improvement in water access and then some improvement in waste management here in Ghana from some 13% to 25% after that project. Actually, that brought in light the new additional funding that they actually got in 2020 and in 2024.
Great. Thank you very, very much, Anthony Menu, for this research. So, Akoto Boateng, it's clear now what we have been doing over the period with nothing really to show.
Well, look, what I want to say, I'm thinking about it before I say it.
Don't say it.
Because I'm tempted to say that.
Don't say it.
If you look at Ghana generally, and how Ghana should be, and how Ghana is, how much we spend, the various government of Ghana funded programs and projects, the various donor funded programs and projects, the various loans we've taken, and the things that don't get done. You say I shouldn't say, but I want to say Ghana is a crime scene.
That one you can say.
It's a big crime scene where we have people in government, consultants, civil service, public service, all profiting from the Ghana problem. And the solutions that we need are solutions that, in my opinion, are not too far-fetched. But every day, we will do something, rebrand something, do something else. Look, if we start and use flooding as a reference, he's gone through the flooding. But let's go through even some of the other sectors. Our government will come and do in Go and look at parliament's documents and stuff. And in different forms. But we always change them around and you will not see any proper growth. I mentioned drip earlier. Drip was there. NPP comes, they rebrand drip. Then we order machines and come and pack them with no clear way forward to use these machines to make our lives better. If you look at the value of infrastructure that so-called drip over the past 2 decades have given us and the value of the machines we buy, you realize that it's just a waste of the taxpayers' time and our hopes. Should I go into other things? too many things. We just like checking boxes, lying to ourselves that we are seeing progress, when countries like Benin are figuring out how to overtake us. When countries like La Côte d'Ivoire, with their civil wars and all those things. I'm not talking about California or Finland or some other, Benin, La Côte d'Ivoire and other places are taking over. I think Ghana is a big crime scene, and our parliament, our representatives, the women and the men we put in there to represent us, they must take their job serious. They need to take us serious, because they are the only people who can ensure proper accountability for the people of Ghana. Parliament should be serious. We should be going through every project, every program, getting the people. It's not like what we see at Public Accounts Committee. We should put fire in the thing. We should do it, sir, so that anybody who wants to serve in any public space comes with the fear of God put in them already. They don't come to want to enrich themselves. Why should people die because look, the World Bank turned 60 in 2017. World Bank at 60. I remember I emceed that event at the World Bank office. World Bank and Ghana relationships at 60. The number of projects that had been commissioned or done and the outcomes I wanted to see, I'm not seeing it. I remember when the Danish government was also moving from aid to trade. We did research on the work the Danish government had done in Ghana and with Ghana. A lot of governments, development partners, and a lot of our own money. Winston, look, sometimes you look at private sector spends maybe $1 billion, and the outcomes they get from that $1 billion. Yes, some people say that, in the public sector there is a lot of waste. Okay, we accept. There is 50% waste. So if we put $1 billion on the ground, we should get at least 50% of the returns the private sector gets. Let's say 50% goes into social things. But the actual economic development, we are not seeing that. We are not seeing our cities better planned. We are not seeing proper improvements in education, healthcare, no bed syndrome, that syndrome, this syndrome, electricity.
Look,
every simple thing.
Akoto Boateng, I do not believe. Well, let's talk about waste in the public sector. For me, is those in the public sector finding explanation to continuously rip us off. Today, before you spend, there should be commitment authorization from the Ministry of Finance. You know what it does? It actually would make sure that you do the right thing. So nobody gets up and goes signing contracts without the finance minister saying, okay, we have funds for this, go ahead and go and spend. Now, what that is supposed to do is to enhance accountability. The question is it?
No.
The World Bank has indicated that as part of our fiscal measures, even the Ministry of Finance was not releasing funds for the guide project.
Yeah.
And that in itself is, look, there was a period for 16 months, no work done, because you're not paying the contractors.
Yeah.
For the contractors who are not even working, the World Bank says, cancellation, restructure, we are not doing it. You ask the question, what is wrong with us? It is simple. Until we begin to change how we do things in this country, in a country where appointments are based on political sacrifice, nothing would work.
Kofi, when was the last time you saw any ministry or agency put out their annual report?
Been a while.
They come to us every year through the budget and say, we want so and so money. Or when the finance minister reads the budget, for the programs and projects or activities of so and so MDA, we are giving them 1 million cedis. Have you seen MDAs publish their annual reports such that at Dental Assembly, for example, where I live, at the end of the year, they published their annual report and told us that beginning of the year, we wanted to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. We did A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. These were the constraints we had. This is how we attempted to solve the constraints. These are the things we want to go do going forward. So this is the buy-in we need from communities. Let's do this. Have you seen that? Today is the 1st of July. When we won independence on the 6th of March 1957, we pushed further to become a republic, to be accountable to ourselves. I think this month of July, we need to look at every aspect of our nation building and ask for accountability. Every little thing. And we name and shame people. Well, we name and shame institutions, and we punch them in all the right places, because we can't have this Ghana for our children. In the next 5-10 years, we don't want our children to live in this Ghana and come and sit on radio and rant when they can be talking about music and talking about what to go and drink and eat.
Well, in a country where 2 days after flooding, which resulted in the death of 12 and 7 missing and thousands displaced, we're actually organizing a national prayer and thanksgiving program.
But in all things, you have to thank God.
Oh, in all things, you have to thank God, you see?
And we had pre-planned this, so we can't cancel it. We don't want to thank God and seek His favor and His direction.
I'm going to activate the phone lines.
Winston,
religion.
Yes.
And how we practice it in Africa is our problem.
We have to thank God that not all of us died, just only 30 people died.
No. Well, stop the mystery. But religion and how we practice it in Africa is our problem. For us, we practice religion like nothing else works apart from prayer to God. I don't have a problem praying to God. Okay, individually we would pray and thank God for how far He's brought us. But when the state, having lost 12, but if you add the central region, 30 in less than 10 days, and what we're doing is a national day of prayer and thanksgiving.
We've not even added Samurai Boy.
Yes. I see, you have no business doing that. But you see, this is the country called Ghana, where everything, we'll use religion and cover it. We use politics, cover it. So at the end of the day, the problems are never dealt with. I'm activating the phone lines at this point. Let's hear from our listeners, okay? It's 2 days after the floods. How are you doing? Where are you? What's the situation now? 0302216541 and then 05511119997. 0302216541 and then 05511119997. The phone lines have been activated now. I'd love to hear from you. Okay, tell us where you find yourself, what's the situation, okay? And we'll be very glad to share it with the rest of the world. Of course, once you join us, everybody is listening. But there's this one, today we're doing lots of reggae songs. Maybe we should enjoy this one.
Everyone is crying out for peace, yes. None is crying out for justice. Everyone is crying out for peace, yes. None is crying out for justice.
And that's Peter McIntosh, Peter Tosh with Equal Rights and Justice. That man who's been affected by the rains also has rights. Okay? But what we are doing is just to pretend everything is okay in this country. Everything is not okay. Walter is in Adenta. Walter, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
Yes, Walter.
How are you doing?
Well, God is still taking care of us. We could be better, but this is Ghana.
Thank God. Please, on the Adenta Oyili Road, where we call Uswansa.
Yes, I know that place.
Thank God. There's a huge company there. Before the company was erected there was a drainage that crosses the road. That company has fenced the drainage, covered it. And this is causing a lot of havoc before the company. Please, I want you to take your newsmen there and see what is happening there.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Walter, for joining us. You can also join us on 0302216541 and then 05511119997. And look, this message, Kojo, says, look, the abrogation of the Zoom Lion contract without proper arrangement except for Bola Yazo in handling our waste has contributed to our current state. Aside that, the World Bank is part of our bane. The consultants take a chunk of the money with very little on the ground, nothing tangible or bold and visible to see and touch. I weep for my nation. I'm home because I can't afford to waste precious, productive 5 hours stuck in traffic. It's pathetic. No one cares. The SCC Atala Old Barrier Malam stretch is still a nightmare.
And what do we need to fix that? That SCC thing. What do we need to fix that?
I'm coming. Let's get back onto the phone lines. Ya is in
Hello?
Odoko. Good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
Auntie Ya, how are you?
God's grace, so we are enjoying grace.
We thank God.
I wish I have a problem with you this morning.
Please share it with me.
Students will thank God. They have to thank God, though. Oh?
Well, Auntie, I'm listening to you. I have made my point. I'm listening to yours now.
No. Thanking God, there. We have to thank God.
I say the state has no business.
You give thanks.
Auntie, the state has no business organizing a national prayer and Thanksgiving Day.
They have a business. Okay. That's one that I disagree with. They have a business thanking God. They have. We must thank God. But
Auntie, so what are we thanking God for?
For life. For Ghana.
After 30 people died.
Everyone.
After we lost 30 people.
30 people in this flood.
Yes.
Oh. Now, maybe I was saying that nasty. Case with the infant teacher. I don't know where to start.
Yo, Auntie, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, God. Yeah, I disagree with you.
Okay.
But with this, I think he has one deal. The law does not work in Ghana. The law doesn't work. And we have men who made the law. They sit on the law, they see the law, they hear the law, they eat the law, but they don't make sure it works. How many times has Joy FM, if you could play your tape, how many times, how many years? We have people who take their per diem, who take their ex gratia, take their allowances. They have everything comfortable living. Go to the MMDC. They have their allowances, everything they enjoy. But the law, woman.
So Auntie, with all that you have told us, why do we have to organize another program for National Prayer and Thanksgiving where we know what to do?
As for Nyakupon, I don't have problem with that. We say this morning, they don't bring God in. No. Don't bring God in. If God gives you food and you want God to come down and come and hold your hands and eat the food there, then you have the problem.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Auntie Ya, for joining us. Ajiman Joseph is in Tema. Ajiman Joseph, good morning.
Morning, Uncle Joe. Thank God for keeping you.
Yes, God is taking care of all of us.
Uncle Joe, don't be surprised because when you go to the church and an other member of the pastor, they will pray for that person. And when the pastor needs help, they will contribute to help the pastor. The other person just needs some money to solve problems. Every time we go to the situation, you are not going to form a committee to look into it because you know what is happening and it has been happening for years. Sometimes I ask myself that in the Western world, don't they have witness and with that? They stick to your problems and go back to the drawing board and correct themselves. But you will say that it is something else. I would want to ask a question.
Please
when
do.
somebody goes at an unapproved site and there is a need for demolition, how about those who give the person permit or who is supposed to have checked whether they are having permit or not? What happens to them?
Tell me.
I mean, it looks as if when it is rain, I mean, you are talking about flood. But when there's a dry season, then you go back to sleep. And that issue has been happening in Accra so many years, and it's very pathetic because it's a capital which is suffering the most, the whole capital. It's our own concerns. I mean, multifactorial. We all need to do our, thing that we need to do. The government has to do a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ajiman Joseph. Let's get to Teshi, where Albert is. Albert, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Albert.
Yeah, I'm talking from Teshi.
Okay, Albert.
Yesterday you said something, I think that's true. The problem we have in Ghana has to do with engineering.
Mm-hmm.
The gutters we have in Teshi here, they are less than 2 feet deep.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it has to be deeper than that. Anytime it rains, the gutters take what it can contain, and the remaining one goes home. So I asked that we have 48 and 49 engineers. Why are contracts not going to them? Because they are government entities.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Albert in Teshi. Let's go to Akwete, where Ken is. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
Yes, Ken.
Winston, how are you all?
Well, God is taking care of his children. I believe you're fine.
We thank God for life. And Winston, you see how Mr. Kojo is saying right now? Our MPs in Parliament, we need to put them in their toes. Because they are there doing nothing. They just saying, yeah. You see, these people are there. I don't know what to say now. Look what is going on in this country. This country is sick, totally sick. We need more to be done in this country. So, Mr. Kojo, keep on firing them. We will support you.
Thank you very, very much, Ken, in Akwete, which means we can go to Accra, where Henry is. Henry, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for a great program.
Thank you.
I think that over a century, we as a people have not been able to marshal enough capacity to respond to the needs of a low-lying city. If we can't do it, we should outsource and get the scientific knowledge to be able to have a major master plan that everybody can follow through with. Because what is going on will continue to recur. Look at our DRIP program that is supposed to solve problems from assemblyman catchment area to electoral area to constituencies, patching potholes and removing obstacles and desilting drains, etc. See our river estuary. There's no consistent plan to desilt it, like what we see in Netherlands, etc. We just are not able to adapt to our situation. And something must happen. The society must react. If we don't, leaders will not think through. If we don't have what it takes scientifically, we don't have the engineering know-how, we need to get it from somewhere and deal with the situation. Take their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Henry. Let's go to Kaswa. Ahmed, good morning.
Good morning, Winston. How are you?
God is taking care of us. How's Kaswa after the floods?
In fact, it's terrible, but we are still managing. You know, God is good all the time. You see how Ghanaians behave. When you were saying that we don't need to go for a national service prayer to God, my lady was arguing with you. No, for that one there, don't do this. No, don't go there, don't go there. The truth of the matter is, if you do something and you don't see a change in your life, that something is either not good or you are not good. What is the essence of praying to God? And yet you do the exact opposite of God has asked you not to do. You must just not pray to God, do what you want to do, get what you're getting out of what you are doing, and then you pay for it. But if you do something opposite of what God wants, please, we do not need a Thanksgiving God service in Ghana here. Good morning.
Thank you very, very much, Ahmed, for joining us. Let's head to Taifa. Emmanuel, good morning.
Good morning.
Emmanuel, how's Taifa today?
Oh, Taifa is good. I mean, thankfully, where I am, so.
Okay, so go ahead and make your point then.
Yeah, so, but talking about the what Thanksgiving service, I agree with you 100%. There's no need to. I mean, even if you want to organize something, then you should commiserate with the people who have lost their. So you can maybe organize something a day for more. Then that one will have to pay Thanksgiving service for what? If he has happened to any of those organizers, would they put themselves out to as a program? So for me, that is one leg of it. But then there is people about the flood and what is causing and what we can do. I feel that, because of housing issues in Ghana, a lot more people are trying to put up their own. And I'm sure that it's not everybody who should be able to build. Now, when you go to South Africa, what is happening there? They are sacking people from their what's the name for the house a lot of people. If we have such things happening here, the state housing corporation building for people to rent, just like Smith Flat is doing, I am sure that these things will be lessened. Some of these slum areas can be pulled down, and then houses will be built there, or maybe a condominium will be built over there that can house about 1,000 people, and then will give way for the floodwaters to pass. These are very simple, basic things that we can get investors to get involved in. Look, the real estate sector is doing well. It is not government that is driving it. It's the private sector that is driving it. So if the government gives a enabling environment, for the private sector to come on board, people will not rush and go and buy land at low-lying areas, force it to build something, and then later they'll come and pull it down for them. So I think that government must think holistically about these things so that going forward, because the houses that they pull down hasn't solved anything. This year that they put so many houses, look at the flood situation. So it's not about necessarily building in certain parts of the waterway. Government must come clean on this. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Emmanuel, for joining us. Let's head to Dan Suman. Abusa, good morning.
Morning, Wesley.
Yes, sir.
Charlie, how?
God is still taking care of his children.
Yeah, God is taking care of everybody. I think every year we repeat the topic on the radio, every year. After June, everybody go and sleep. We make noise like this for a week. After that, everybody go and sleep. This morning, we are doing a give something over there. We disturb God too much. God help us finish. That's why He gives a brain to think. But we refuse to think. Listen, I'm not an engineer, but I can say, yes, some people are bidding on waterway and those kind of things. Our gutters we have are too small and shallow. See the time they do some of the gutter and see the population we have, and today see the today population. And this one do we need masters and PhD and those things to think about this thing? Listen, people are suffering. We are not sleeping on time. You have to get up, like the way somebody said this morning on your radio. You have to get up 3 o'clock. You are coming 8 o'clock. You have to get up 3 o'clock. And when you close, we are going home. And not last, I've been in queue for 3 hours. I walk from Accra post office to Kolebu before taking car to Dansuma last stop. And I wonder, when our leaders are passing with their V8 and T, they see people inside the queue, standing looking for car like that. I don't know how they think.
Thank you very, very much, Abusa and Dan Suman. We'll go to New Legon, and Dennis will be our last caller for now. Dennis, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Winston.
Yes, Dennis, share your thoughts with us.
My thought is Accra's problem is not fully a government problem. I've lived in Tema, I've lived in Takrade, I've been to Kuma, I've lived in Kumasi. If you drive to Kudiasi and look down to Accra, Accra is sitting basically in a bowl. I've lived in Tema. Tema have very small drains, but they are all over Tema. So once the rain drops, it dissipates. Accra is basically a low city. Our problem is the attitude of the average guy in Accra. Littering, blocking drains.
Yes, but Senior, are they not also authorities, the assemblies, and tasked with ensuring that these things do not happen?
The advocacy is the challenge. I see the advocacy as a problem because authorities have not been effective. Government in, government out, haven't been effective. But it is the advocacy. It's like retraining or retuning the average the Ghanaian mind, person Accra. That look, if you block if you put drain in front of your house, it's not basically affecting you. It's affecting somebody down the road a kilometer away. We need to drive it into the mind of the average guy in Accra. The government can't solve it. They can do the infrastructure, but the city itself is quite low. Okay. So we need to drive it down the average guy in Accra. But look, we need to change completely. Littering is the problem. If you see the videos of the litter on the Odo River, it's just being washed down from Nima Mamobi, not even the whole of Accra. And it is terrible. We can build the infrastructure, but if we don't reprogram the mind of the average guy in Accra, we can't solve it.
Okay.
Because the city itself is quite low. That's a challenge. The people need their brains refixed. We need our brains refixed to stop the litter.
Thank you very much. Dennis joining us from New Legon here on the Super Morning Show. But years ago, Brigadier General Nunu Mensah said something. If the kitchen is too hot for you, get out. If you think you cannot deliver for the people of Ghana, we are okay to accept. And the president has a job to fire you. Mr. President, you said that sanitation was going to be a key determiner in the assessment of MMDCs. What's happened to that? By now we should have had those who have not been performing. They've been sacked. The floods have exposed us. We've sacked them. Okay, if the kitchen is too hot for them, get them out. Yeah, and that's Peter Tosh, glass house. If you live in a glass house, you don't throw stones, okay? If you can't take blows, brother, you don't throw blows. If you can't do the work, leave. Let's get the people who can do the work. But Akoto Boateng, look, I've seen, I see a lot of people are commenting about the National Day of Prayer and Thanksgiving.
Orekodo, I say cathedral, no, YBC.
I say, what are we thanking God for? Solomon Inweja says,
for life.
When was this so-called prayer day planned? Was it before or after the Ghana Meteor warning? And if yes, can we know what concrete actions were done by the persons in authority? We plan to pray and I'm planned to work.
The National Prayer Day is being organized by a different office. Is it the office of ecumenical
interfaith and ecumenical?
Their job is not to plan for flooding.
Please. You see, they must read the room. People have died, and today we're doing what? Thanksgiving.
But we can walk and chew gum as we are praying. Then the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Works and Housing, they're also cleaning. Okay. That Ministry of Works and Housing, Winston. One day we should center them here. One of the callers spoke about housing. Personally, my position is that if we fixed housing, we will fix the refuse problems, we will fix dumpster problems, we will fix transportation problems, we will even fix food problems and fix flooding problems. But Charlie, that ministry has consistently been a failure. Compare us to other countries like us who have built up their housing space properly. We live in a country where I always say that housing is a public problem, not a private problem. We've not planned for housing in any better way, such that people are looking for ways to put shelter over their heads. So anything they can, they'll do to put shelter over their heads. And when we attempt to build public infrastructure when it comes to housing, it's like we don't know how to build affordable houses, proper structures that people can afford. It's like all the science, all the research, everything that is sitting down, we cannot do it. Winston, Ministry of Works and Housing, that ministry plus Ministry of Transport, they have been two of the very poor ministries when it comes to our public convenience and public services.
Okay, before we go for a break and come back to speak to our correspondents who are on the field telling us what the situation is. In a lot of our areas outside Accra, they don't flood. It's also because for those areas, there isn't too much pressure. And you raise the issue about housing. In other jurisdictions, you deliberately develop other cities to take away traffic from one place to the other. And that's why I agree with you, it's a public problem. Because if we're doing things right, I mean, the people who come from, how do you call it, Dowenya and all those areas, and they will complain every day. If, we're doing a cluster development at Dawa, if we've done that properly.
Oh, we have done Saglemi. People are living there nicely.
Hold on, I want to make the point you would understand. If we did the cluster development at Dawa properly, what that would do to us is that it would create jobs around that area. There'll be provision of services. Because once the industries are there and people go up there, and you see there's a university there, over time they will build a hospital there. Over time the financial institutions would go and set up branches there. Then people begin to turn their attention to that place. Then what would happen is that you take away the stress for those who work around that area and live around Dowenya and its environs. You take away the stress of coming to Accra. Unfortunately, today, people live as far as Tripoli. They'll come to Accra and work.
Yes. And they drive past Saglemi.
If you drive...
Which is built in a flat plain.
Folks, stay with us. We'll be right back after this. We'll talk about that one. In fact, when we return after these messages.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white where it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
His introduction raised eyebrows.
You are Josh Weissman?
Yes, I am. And he loved the life of crime.
And how did you come by such detailed insight of an armed robbery syndicate?
I am an armed robber.
Hey!
Roverman Productions, in partnership with National Theatre and Joy FM, presents an Uncle Wise play, Love and Handcuffs.
Mabel, remember the ovulation and the action tonight.
Hey! David Fifi does it, you a wicked man. After bringing the police to shoot me, all you are thinking about is sex. Hey! I am going away. I'm going to my mother's house. Bye!
Shows on the 26th, 27th and 28th June and 3rd, 4th and 5th July at the National Theatre. Rate 300 cedis for single tickets, 500 cedis for couples and 225 for the loyalty cards. Tickets are available via the Rover Cover short code *365*535#. Joy FM. Waka Now offices. Airport Shell. Tama Community 11 Shell. Dansoman Shell. And Bachona Total. Call 050-554-6010. Sponsors Koba, Waka Now, Apotheca and M Notify. Roverman Production. Be the difference.
Since inception, almost 100% of Ashesi University students have found jobs, started businesses, or gone on to graduate school within 6 months of graduation. From Accra to Nairobi, London to New York, Ashesi graduates are noticed and are leading successful careers. If you dream of a rewarding life and career, an Ashesi education prepares you just for that. Learn more about applying to Ashesi at ashesi.edu.gh. Remember, admission is ongoing.
Everybody they sell, but your shop they empty.
Where's my report?
Bro, month no end yet too. But see, your pocket stop they take. Another emergency for the house.
Come get ideas. Ideas go kill them.
Another idea, another mark time. No capital to start. For some people, this silence no be peaceful. It be money matter.
With bills, there's no need for silence. From my emergency loans to salary loans to working capital loans and startup loans, Bills has you covered.
Apply with your Ghana card today. Call 0596 920 833 or 0302 200 390.
Generation, until I be Amanda Masalachi. Obia Dayasai, I am Fanam Bako. Me no be a Makwanche. What is it?
That's it. Me who say if you turn up a Yabahanum, me who say, oh, Hanum, I didn't know Hanako.
Me shop was say, make it a shop way 18. Nina shit. Manya Bakukra, Nina.
So, me person say, also was shop Baku 18.
Nina, Shimunia Manina.
Then our tongue was shop swim.
Meton ice chest, bucket, drum, Neman de Bebre. Neman Bebre, no start here. Nina shit. Obi and Shoto, who quite fast so a jetty me beto hasa. Much as any manina. Ashe. And no easy, mammy. Coming to me, crying on Cassa. But no pendy, and yashi, the best BIA.
And yes, you mean me person with us, also, and yes, sir,
yet I think Nayan Kwa, dear. Your band a day. A yamum. And so your band day. The idea can't say here more. Some babuaba bay market in Amaya. Nedjan and Nanswanka epe.
Osha, all the Sicato near Washington, who I bear saying. And also, and be a bet me I am 5 billion dear, and do cry back a crack.
And also,
see, I overshow on your man, then I'll come.
Nina, the end I condemn, near man, Nina, I condemn, Nina, minty men fashion.
It's in Moabem Pana, or you say, in conform bits my bob, a bit my wow.
Oh, and what dear, me, Moamepe, Obia, boy, and the badger, Sabani Bebem, no beboy, near market, and I'm sorry.
I just say, a bit more to say more motor near my more the loans, more loans, ever share near man.
And dear baby, need the loan at ton dear, but me dear, loan dear, Minji be that, infant ton dear that, baby, the loan ton dear, baby.
But what's if you more market association for can say then on bit my yamama?
Oh, dear, then Yankson dance in kind. Said I will be any swire shit, the Yankson dance in kind.
It has to be wearing.
So before the break, I promised that we're going to go and speak to correspondents. And Stephen Mensah is in Alajo, one of the areas hit by, the floods on Monday. Stephen, thank you very much for joining us. So tell us today what the situation is at Alajo.
So I'd want you to picture this. You'd have a perfect day the night before, and the next morning you have rains, torrential rains. That will happen on Monday. But then you lose everything of yours. Your clothing you would have worn from the night before will be the only thing you'll be wearing up until now. And you'll be trying to salvage as much as possible what you've lost. You'll be trying to clean your stove, even getting to the point of cleaning your stove and hoping that water didn't enter the stove or the gas cylinder with which you would cook your meal with. You would also be trying to find a way of getting a place to lay your head, because the mattress you would have slept on the night before has been soaked with water. In fact, what you would be noticing will also be that your cooking utensils are all gone. If not soaked with water, they'll be harboring some insect or something of you wouldn't be comfortable with eating with again. That's the picture, and that's the story we can paint for you here from Alajo. For many of these individuals we've spoken to and we've seen so far, some of them look really lost. Some of them tell us that they'll be hoping for some intervention from government. In fact, we've seen some stores which have some of these food items, soft drinks, and all other materials they sell drenched and really bad, if I could say it that way. That's the story from Alajo. What you notice also here will be that these gutters, which ordinarily will be harboring water, flowing water from this rain, have stagnant water in them. And you notice a blend of stagnant water and plastic refuse, a mixture of these two items in the drain. And that's the picture we can paint for you here from Alajo.
Sad. And you've been talking about what some of the people have been trying to do, but beyond these things, what else do they say to you? How have they been? Some of them have lost everything. How are they coping?
So for some of them, they tell us that they are trying to get their relatives to pick up their children to, as it were, try and house them somewhere or to live with them for the time being. For others, they have no hope but to try and regain back their lives. So they are trying to clean their clothing and try to wash them and dry them so that they can get back at it, get back alive. You see some of these kids actually trying to clean some of the items they've been that has been washed away by the water. You see some of these soft drinks being cleaned. I've actually seen a hair salon where the couch has been soaked, the materials to be using for the hairdressing are also really looking bad. So the hairstylist is trying to clean these items also. This is how best these individuals are trying to get back alive.
All right. Thank you very, very much, Stephen Mensah, who's in Alajo, for joining us this morning and helping us understand the situation at Alajo. I mean, people calling on family to actually, it's more like starting life all over again, because today they've lost practically everything. We'll be going to Adabraka also, and other parts of the capital city to find out how people are coping after the floods. But going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money. Install solar panels and cut your power cost. Get an electric vehicle and reduce what you spend getting around. Switch to energy efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. And the best part, Absa Bank can help you finance all of it. The Absa Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any Absa branch, ask about the Absa Green Finance Loan today, and say yes to a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. Absa Bank reminds you to shine your eye to avoid being scammed. Your story matters, Absa. But Kojo, before you come in, let me just get back onto the phone lines, okay? Because our own Hannah Otami, who's been reading the 6 a.m. news on some occasions and a member of the Joy Newsroom, is a victim of the floods, and she's joined us this morning. Hannah, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Winston. How are you?
Well, Hannah, I could be better. Where are you now?
I'm going back to the flooded house to see whether we take something.
You're going back to the flooded area to do what?
To try and see take, because we know coming again.
Okay, because you talk about going back to the flooded area, I know you were affected. Where were you and how were you affected?
We had just been ready so I noticed the rains were pouring, even stopping. Decided we should wait a bit. Just wait outside and then we'll come to.
Hannah, there seemed to be a challenge with your line, okay? So please bear with me. We'll call you again so we can pick your story. And that's Hannah Odami, who's with the Joy Newsroom. She's going to be joining us shortly because there seems to be a challenge with her line. Could you tell us about the legacy transition plan?
Yes. Life doesn't stand still for you. Anything can happen to you. It doesn't wait for you to be prepared. It just moves on. So talk to Old Mutual today and get the legacy transition plan to build a legacy that offers you a cover of up to 300,000 Ghana cedis. With no underwriting, it gives you greater flexibility with no limits to the lives you can cover. You can cover lives up to the age of 80. And there's also an uninterrupted cover which enables you to secure what matters most in the simplest of ways. You also get to enjoy the flexibility to update your cover every 5 years. It's exciting, right? Dial *37A*3# to request a call for the Old Mutual Legacy Transition Plan today. And let's get you a plan that works for you and your family. Old Mutual, do great things every day.
So Hannah Odam has joined us again. Let's get back onto the phone line. So yes, Hannah.
Yeah, is it clearer now?
I think so. I think it's clearer now. So yes, you're making a point on what really happened. Yes, can share it with us.
Yeah, so we noticed that the rains were not stopping. We decided to wait before we moved to town. Then I realized it was not stopping anytime soon. Then my son rushed to us at some point to tell us we are in an estate. It's a gated community. So the streets in the gated community we saw a lot of water on it. We've never seen that before. So we even took videos and pictures thinking, this is the first time we have seen that. Then I asked my neighbor, since I'm new in the area, whether he has also seen it before. I climbed the wall to ask, and he said he has not seen that. But we are all hopeful that the drainage system is good there, so we will just be okay. So we're in the room. Then I saw the water coming towards it, moving towards the veranda. I said, will this come to the house? I said, all right. I was so hopeful and thinking that because I've been told it's a good area, nothing will happen. And those days in the community, some have lived about 10 years and all of that. Then I noticed the water was climbing from my tires to the car. I said, no, something is happening. Let's just put all the gadgets on the floor, every other thing that's on the floor. By the time we finished picking them, Winston, the back door, the kitchen, just opened, boom, then water The flood water just entered. I said, how? Everybody, just take your school bags. That's all I could remember we could say. Let's move out. Because then the water that was in front at the gate where we saw that we were just playing with and taking pictures had also entered. So now, front and back. I just held my children. I said, everybody, just keep your fists together. There's nothing we can do at this point. We can't pick anything. Let's just go. So we waded through the flooded. By that time, we was at my son about his breast, but for me, it was around my waist.
Okay.
And then I heard the neighbors, some of them also saying, help, help, help. That's when I sent a desperate message to the office and said, I'm stranded, I need help. And Fred tried to call NADMO for us. I called National Service because one neighbor said there was petrol, his plant, there was petrol also flowing from it. So fortunately, the lights were out at that time. So we saw neighbors also on their walls. Apparently, those are the other side of the estate. Yes, were already flooded and they needed to move out. And because the waters were so high, they had to now sail through on the wall. So we thought they were also helping others. So I kept calling them, help, help, help. And they said, no, we have to move because they are also trying to come towards where we were on the wall. Then we just opened the gate. When we opened the gate, the water just trashed on us. I told them, let's hold. Oh, God. Let's keep holding your hands. Then we moved. We kept walking. We didn't know where we were going, but we knew it was better than to stay because there's nothing we can climb up to. So we just kept moving, and then some of them had story buildings. Theirs were also flooded down there, but the top was better. One had his veranda not too soaked, so we knocked on his gate. He was so good. He opened it for us and told the gentleman in his house to go back with us to pick something that we think was important. So the two of us and my nanny, we went back. I just picked our ID card. At that moment, our street was floating. Everything, my blender was down. Everything was just down. Things were just floating. So I said, it's better we just move out. Once we picked the ID card, that's okay. Then we went to stand there. We kept calling. At that time, almost everybody who needed to come out had come out. So we were just standing. Even though it was in the water, it was better, a bit higher ground than where our homes are. Then one of the neighbors remembered there's an old lady in one of the rooms whose children will be out. So somehow they got a ladder, took it back to the place, and then they also brought the baby out. So fortunately, there was no calamity, nothing. But as for the room, they are soaked, everything is wet.
Okay. So, Hannah, which area is this? I mean, talking about...
This is Achimota.
This is Achimota.
Yeah.
And so, since Monday, where have you been?
A neighbor, a friend, an old friend came to pick us with his pickup. When he came, the place was sick, so he had to pass far away from the area. And then we walked towards his car, and he brought us to his house. So we have been here since. Because we went back to the house yesterday. The water is still receding. There is still water in the house. It's soaked, it's smelly, all the surface, everything is just gone.
So,
the huge pieces where you leave them, they are just dripping, everything.
Now, you said you asked the children to just pick their school bags, and then later on you went back for your ID cards, which means you left in just the clothes that you're wearing, and that's all you took with you when your friend came to pick you?
Yeah, we didn't have anything on after that. I took my phone and a charger. And then because the children had passed to school earlier and I told them to wait for the side, I leave their school bag. But they had removed their school uniform. So we went out with their auntie. And I was we forgot to go come back. It was our neighbor. I'm so grateful to give my clothes and give me slippers. And that's what I've worked for me. But they were very good. They actually gave children food for also.
You talked about calling, NADMU and all of that, but did any of them come to your estates?
No, they didn't. They didn't pick.
They didn't pick.
Nobody picked. I also gave a touch to them. We were all called because of the technical that.
Okay.
And then we also help because the place was needed to move at that time. That's a receipt. But nobody at that time. It thanks for it and told it. But I can understand. It was also actually a fact that we came to join.
I think we're losing you again, Hannah. We'll try and get back to you again. Hannah Odami is with the Joy Newsroom. But let's go to, and she was affected by the floods. We'll try and get back to Hannah. But let's go to Kaprais, where Fatau Bayarga is. Fatau, thank you for joining us. It's 2 days after the floods. What's the situation at Kaprais where you are?
Winston, the situation is still quite severe here. Not flooding, but the people here are now struggle to deal with the aftermath of the flood waters that inundated this part of the city. In fact, many of them have packed their room items outside. Their mattresses, cooking utensils, among other things, are all packed outside. And one thing that they spoke about vehemently here is that they've not been getting food to eat. In fact, the little money that they have, they spend everything in buying food. So it's become very difficult for them at the moment. I spoke with a woman here who told me that the clothes that she was wearing was provided by someone because the water swept away everything, including her clothing. So it's a very serious situation here. In fact, where I am standing at the moment, they've packed almost everything outside, and it's quite very serious. But let me speak with someone briefly just to appreciate what they make of this particular situation. You live here. You say your room was submerged in flood waters. Talk to me about the whole situation. So how do you feel about the flooding situation?
Oh, nowadays I would say it's mostly devastating and totally heartbreaking. It's like broken hearts. You understand? You wake up in the morning and then no water has come to marry you. No snap, nothing, no ring. Gumption is not working. You see, everything is for. See, my genius is over here. My niece over there. Everything. So like, you see, some people, they'll bring them something to wear. In fact, some of them, you have to go and sleep at Amasama. Then we come back. So it's like, Charlie, Nina, go and come. And then you see that in the rooms, some circuits will be burning. Then you have to be switching off the main switches and things. Like, so far, 3 rooms. So it's like, it's devastating for serious.
So where do you get food to eat?
Apparently, we buy food in the morning. So some of us buy food, and then some of us contribute to cook. So as I'm talking to you now, we are contributing to do some rice water. Everyone is bringing 555 cedi. So I do rice water so everyone gets some and eat. Bread in the Akoto be abadada. And the share inside. But and the idea or Janino Ibini ho.
That's very serious. So
some of us the flood after marrying us, they're taking our money away. So
money was washed away as well.
Yes, it has rendered us bankrupt.
So this lady here tells me that her phone, her laptop, were all swept away. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, when the thing started, that morning I wake up to go to work. I'm a rotational nurse. So I'm at doing my mental health at the moment. This week was supposed to be my last week. So I woke up, the rain was not stopping. So I decided to just pass through the rain and go because I'm supposed to report to another department. That was on Monday. So I just get back from the bathroom, then the water started rushing into the house. So out of the fear, I kept my bag and my phone at the top, thinking that the water may not get to that level. But by the time we realized, looking at the level of the water, my bag, my evaluation form, my logbook, my phone, my laptop, everything was damaged. And some of the money to as well. I sell perfumes. I lost the perfumes to as well. So, and like my brother said, it's very devastating. It's frustrating. At the point, I was going to depression because most of the things at this stage, your parents will not do them for you. So packing money, saving money to get your needs, and one day everything just goes like that. I was getting depressed. Yeah, that's what happened.
I've seen that.
If you tell me to describe this thing, I'll just use one word. It's here.
I've seen that your mattresses are all outside. So where do you sleep at the moment?
Lastly, one of my cousins, she works at Yankson, so her workshop there is a spare room. So for the past days, that's where we've gone to sleep. We don't even have clothes to wear, panties, nothing. So we are even partially naked and things. So watching out about.
Winston, it's a very serious situation here. Let me talk to this woman here who tells me that this is the only clothes that she has at the moment. What she's wearing, that's the only clothes she has because everything was swept away. Talk to me about that experience.
The thing started Monday early in the morning. I finished bathing, finished ironing to prepare my child to go to school. Before I realized water started coming. But there's some story building here. We all managed to save our lives for now. The only thing we could see was the roofing. Everything. So before we opened the room, wardrobe, fridge, everything has turned upside down. Everything was in bad. Since on the dry line, since people have washed, the color have changed. Everything. The only thing everybody managed. I managed to pick my phone by television, everything, because some people couldn't take their mobile phones, so their phones are spoiled. Those who managed to carry something, they've gotten some. But we couldn't carry anything. We couldn't save all the money in the room, we couldn't even seem to take.
Have you seen any official here trying to support you?
Since the thing started, I've not even seen any policeman around to check. Maybe somebody's here to help. Nobody has been here. Not even now, no one has been here.
And your kids, you say they've not gone to school for 2 days now?
Yeah, since Monday they've not gone to school. Because everything, not even shoe, books, every school bag, everything is spoiled, so they can't go to school for now.
Now, the government has set aside some money, some 300 million Ghana cedis to support flood victims. What's your reaction to that?
Okay, since the thing happened, no one has been here. I know that money, I'm not sure we are going to get some because not even a policeman to come here to check what is going on here. I will not put in my man of God because government, you only vote for them. Apart from that, you will not help you to do anything. They know people they will help. Not everybody they will help.
You don't have the belief that this man will get you?
No. Because they couldn't even check whether we are alive and you are thinking of money. I don't think so.
All right, Fatal, thank you very, very much for joining us. That's Fatal Bayaga at Caprice. But let's get to Na. Na is at Adabraka around Odona. Na, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
So now what's the situation where you are currently?
All right, so upon getting here, cars of the flood are so evident. I've interacted with a few residents in the area who are telling me that they are so stranded outside. Yesterday, they didn't spend the night, they had to travel to friends' places to sleep. And then they've actually lost everything, including their work, stuff, their homes, everything in their. They didn't take anything. I have here who wants to test and you can hear.
But premise that they say you're Odona. You still know say things provision they say the mission one with things in Tony soil me bano school o fi ye mwambwa mumwaye but you for with pastor president pastor mwaye e bibia say the problem ni na so the na for ye mwambwa mumwaye wa pastor.
All right, so I have another affected person here with me who owns a provision shop. She tells me a fridge is damaged, a few more stuff, provision rice, everything is just gone. Let's hear from her as well.
Hello. So, Yamani, They say I better for oh, the big say. I am more of the why.
All right, these are the few I was able to speak with. I could tell everything in their rooms are out. The place is not really in a good condition at all. And on the street, you see refuse everywhere, people's clothes, you see handbags. The whole street is scattered and in a great mess. They are appealing to government to come to their aid within the shortest possible time. That's what I can report from Kojo here.
Thank you very, very much, Namoko, for joining us there. When we return after these messages, I ask, so what's happening to our streets full of rubbish and everything? Who's making sure they clear them? And this morning also, we'll be speaking to Professor Peter Korte, and he will be telling us more on the economic benefits of proper waste and sanitation management. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
His introduction raised eyebrows.
You are Josh Weissman?
Yes, I am. And he loved the life of crime.
And how did you come by such detailed insight of an armed robbery syndicate?
I am an armed robber.
Hey!
Roverman Productions, in partnership with National Theatre, presents an Uncle Ebuwai's play, Love and Handcuffs.
Mabel, remember the ovulation and action tonight.
Hey! David Fifi does you a wicked man. After bringing the police to shoot me, all you are thinking about is sex. Hey, I am going away. I'm going to my mother's house. Bye.
Shows on the 26th, 27th and 28th June and 3rd, 4th and 5th July at the National Theatre. Rate 300 cedis for single tickets, 500 cedis for couples and 225 for the loyalty card. Tickets are available via the Rover Cover short code *365*535#. Joy FM, Waka Now offices, Airport Shell, Tama Community 11 Shell, Dansoman Shell and Bachona Total. Call 050-554-6010. Sponsors Koba, Waka Now, Apotheca and M Notify. Roverman Productions, be the difference.
Season at Compute Ghana. The ultimate football season is here. The crowd, the cheers, the vuvuzelas are active. This World Cup season, the match isn't just on the pitch. Bring it home. Now is the time to buy your crystal clear televisions, powerful soundbars, and home theaters, laptops, phones, and projectors at unbeatable prices. This isn't just discount sales. Spend 1,000 Ghana cedis or more, and you are in the raffle to win a 100-inch 4K TV, phones, laptops, and more. Rush now to any Compute Ghana showroom or shop at ComputeGhana.com. Call 0302-752020 or WhatsApp 0243-143-143. Compute Ghana Gold Rush Season, the ultimate football experience.
World Cup fever is here, and Universal Merchant Bank, the official banking partner of the GFA and the Ghana Black Stars, is probably back in the dreams of all Ghanaians with seamless banking services and opportunities. This World Cup season, as the Ghana Black Stars chase glory, you can win with UMB. Open a new UMB account or reactivate your existing account today to enjoy free data bundles and other awesome rewards. To get started with convenient and reliable banking, visit any of our 35 branches across Ghana. Go to our website, myumbbank.com, or download the UMB Speed app from the Play Store or App Store and open an account using your Ghana card in minutes. For more details, call our 24-hour contact center at 0302-633-988 or toll free at 0800-100-880 for all networks. UMB, proudly serving Ghana with speed since 1972.
Sasabo, Sasso, come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Edana drumming ya buseshe, ya hakesia ne malaria. Minya me phone me sasso spray. Every mosquito started run away. Tonton preko. Sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Na ni sham ne die edemo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved. It's a goal! The World Cup football fever is here, and Electroland Ghana Limited is bringing the excitement of the stadium right into your home with unbeatable soccer promotion. Experience every goal and celebration in clarity, just like you're live at the stadium with discounts on Samsung, TCL, and NASCO Smart TVs. Make every match day perfect for your football watch parties with powerful air conditioners and air coolers, top and bottom mount chest and display fridges, gas cooker, washing machines, microwaves, small kitchen appliances, and more. This is the biggest football promo of the year. Rush to our showrooms and authorized dealer shops or call 050-315-9739. Electroland, bringing the stadium home.
Yeah, I think you're in heaven, but you're definitely not there. You're in hell. Only time will tell, and that's our condition. So live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And before the break, I was talking about a conversation we're going to have with Professor Peter Korte, and he'll be speaking on the benefits of proper waste and sanitation management. Prof, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston. Good morning, listening listeners.
Yes.
My sympathy goes to everyone affected by this challenge.
Sure, Prof. And we've been talking about it and how the waste management situations have also caused these floods. But you've done a research on, the economic benefits of proper waste and sanitation management. Share it with us briefly, what we're losing by not properly managing our waste.
Thank you. Waste is the flood we are witnessing is mainly caused by poor waste management, improper disposal of waste, its management, as well as people blocking waterways. But I think you've all seen how much waste, how much debris we've seen in the waters, the flood. It tells you we are not managing waste properly. It's been estimated that if we manage our waste properly, if we spend the average of 1,028 Ghana cedis a ton in waste management, we're going to benefit. For every dollar we spend, we're going to get over 500 cedis benefit. Benefit in terms of preventing health challenges, benefit in terms of sanitation-related diseases, and we can even by extension look at the benefits of flooding, benefits of not having flooding, the benefits of not engaging or getting involved in traffic for long hours, the loss of productivity, and many, many other benefits that we are likely to get. Unfortunately for us, what we call WASH, water, sanitation, and hygiene, that's where we find our budget in. How much we invest? We used to invest about 1 billion cedis a year. Currently, we are doing less than 800 million cedis. That is allocation. When it comes to actual disbursement, we are below 40%. So it tells you that we are not prioritizing waste management, we are not prioritizing sanitation, and that we are missing out of the benefit. Unfortunately, if I can add, a greater proportion of how much we spend on water, health, sanitation, hygiene is by donors. It used to be around 70%. Now it's close to 80-90%. So we are not investing in proper waste management. I was starting to hear the situation at Kanishi where they had to appeal for Green Lion and others to come and clear the waste at the Kanishi market. And I heard the CEO say that all their contracts are intact. But sweeping, so we are not sweeping. For how many months now, we are not sweeping the street. We are not, and when these things pile up, the consequences on our dreams, the consequences on our health. So it's a wake-up call to all of us. This is certainly is preventable. This flooding and what people are going through, my sympathy goes to them. It's preventable. It's avoidable. We shouldn't just be making statements. I think it's about time we act.
Okay. Well, Professor Peter Quartey, thank you very, very much for sharing that insight with us. We definitely would come back and have this conversation in detail. But Ghana, are you ready for the biggest football festival on earth? Because Electroland Ghana Soccer Promotion is officially on with massive discounts, amazing freebies, and big winning opportunities. This World Cup season brings the stadium right into your living room with stunning smart TVs from Samsung, TCL, and NASCO starting from just 699 Ghana cedis. And that's not all. You can upgrade your home with incredible deals on air conditioners, air coolers, chest freezers, washing machines, microwaves, and more from trusted brands like Samsung, TCL Media, and NASCO. Plus, every purchase gives you the chance to enter the exciting Achede Kese raffle for even bigger rewards. Visit Electroland Ghana showrooms nationwide and authorized dealer shops across Ghana today. Call 0503-159-739 or 0502-989-894. Visit electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bringing the stadium home.
And if you go to Electroland and you buy any 50-inch or bigger Samsung, TCL, or NASCO Smart TV, you get a free DSTV decoder plus 1 month free subscription. Free from Electroland. It's a free decoder, free subscription, and the FIFA World Cup live in stunning picture quality right in your living room. So go to any Electroland shop for this great offer. Terms and conditions apply. You can call 050-315-9739. Electroland, bring the World Cup home.
And if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, well, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. Come through and enjoy unbeatable deals on all your stationery needs. Big discounts up to 70%. It's the Kingdom Books yard sales at the Kingdom Books office in Osu from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Shop smart, save big. For inquiries, call them on 0501-401-050 or 0244-311-955.
And MTN just brought the prices down and the speeds up on the MTN fiber for home, and your whole household is about to feel it. Movie nights that don't buffer, school assignments that submit on time, work calls that don't drop, and your side hustle running smooth in the background. 3 unlimited speed tiers are available now. One amazing network. Now you can enjoy 100 megabits per second for 299 Ghana cedis, 300 megabits per second for 444 Ghana cedis, and 500 megabits per second for 999 Ghana cedis, all per month. Charlie, the 500 megabits, nobody may download the car from China. Pick what fits your home. No data caps, no slowdowns, just fiber built for real life. MTN fiber for home. Your speed, your home, your choice. Only on MTN, everywhere you go.
And in partnership with the National Theatre and Joy FM, Roverman Production presents an Abuite original play, Love and Handcuffs. Dave receives a mysterious visitor whose shocking request turns his quiet life upside down. Suddenly the police are involved. Danger flies around the house and his wife Mabel won't stop interrogating him. To make matters worse, the thief falls in love and Dave has the final say. Love and Handcuffs shows on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of July at the National Theatre. Rate 300 cedis per show for individuals, 500 per show for couples, and 225 for holders of the Roverman loyalty cards. Tickets are available via the Rover app. Cover short code *365 *535 hash. And Wakana offices on the Boundary Road and American House and Opebia House, and at Roverman's usual outlets at Joy FM front desk, Shell shows at Airport Temak, Community 11 and Dansuman, and at the Batrina Total Shop. For inquiries and large orders, call 0505-546-010. WhatsApp 0505-546-030. Sponsors Wakana, Apotica and Koba, Communications Partner, M-Notify, and Logistics Movers. Roverman Productions, be the difference.
And the Ghana International Petroleum Conference 2026 on the theme Building a Resilient Downstream Policy, Innovation and Investment for Growth is coming up 16th of this month to the 17th at the Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. It's at 8 a.m. each day. Now, the event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night happening on July 18th at 6 p.m. at Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel. You can register by going to gapcon.com.
And CompuGhana Go Rush season is here. And you know, the World Cup fever is on and everyone is getting excited. CompuGhana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You bring the stadium experience home. And this is the time to buy your crystal clear TV, soundbars, home theater, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just a discount, so there's a chance to win a 100-inch 4K smart TV, cash, laptops, phones, and other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 cedis or more. Rush to any CompuGhana showroom or shop online at CompuGhana.com. Call 0302-752020 or WhatsApp 0243-143143. CompuGhana Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience.
And Latex Foam remains the tried and tested brand we all love for almost 60 years. They offer you unmatched quality and durability when it comes to mattresses and everything related to mattresses. So make the smart choice today. Talk to them on 0302-231155 in Accra and 0322029365 in Kumasi for all your mattress needs. Or you can walk into any of their outlets nationwide for your preferred choices. Visit latexfoamghana.com and their social media platforms to see what's available. Don't settle for less. Go for quality, buy Latex Foam, or else you do yourself. Latex Foam is your partner for life.
But if you need fuel, make that smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company with over 240 stations nationwide. Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And that's why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. So wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuel.
Have you seen their new fuel prices?
Not yet.
Charlie Super is 12 cedis 79 pesos.
Okay.
And diesel, this one you were complaining about diesel prices, how they don't come down. They've pressed the neck of the diesel price. They are selling diesel at 14 cedis 95 pesos at Star Oil, and the Ron 95 is 15 cedis 75 pesos. If you compare on the markets, these are the cheapest prices I've seen so far. Now, Eden Care is from Acacia Health, and if you want complete healthcare solution that solves your problems, talk to Acacia for Eden Care. It's a dedicated individual and family insurance plan that combines everyday accessibility with the trust and experience of a proven health insurer. Think of it as your personal caregiver. They step in to handle the medical bills so you can breathe easy when the world gets loud. Eden Care provides a garden of peace and the best health cover when things get hard. So don't wait for the noise to drown you out. Choose a policy that lets you enjoy real care, and it's at Eden Care. You can email them edencare.acacia@myenterprisegroup.io and choose Eden Care today. Eden Care is brought to you by Acacia Health.
So welcome to the future of mobility in Ghana. At Drive EVGH, we're not just selling electric cars, we're launching a movement. All electric, all styles, zero fuel, zero noise. Cut your transport costs by up to 70%. No more oil changes, engine repairs, or long queues at gas stations. Drive now, pay later. No deposit, no excuses. And thanks to amazing bank partners, you get instant approval, great interest rates, and super flexible terms. Want that luxury electric vehicle? It's yours today. And when it's time to recharge, we've got you covered with our X-Charge EV, our blazing fast smart charging network. Fully self-serve, app-enabled, and growing fast across Ghana. So are you ready to ride the revolution? Drive EVGH, Ghana's #1 electric car company. Visit their showroom at Burma Hill on the Mahama Road. For inquiries, call 0596 513056 or 055 4136410. Drive EVGH, drive into a sustainable future. And that'll be all from us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Winston Amoah.
My name is Kojo Boateng.
Coming up is the news at 10, and then the Queen of the Airwaves, Doreen Nando, comes your way with a Cosmopolitan Mix. Keep listening to Joy on 99.7 FM.